2017. Because the agreement was watertight. It was very clear on how they were going to share funds. This party was going to get this party was going to get this, and this party was going to get
So are the loopholes intentional?
I'll come to that.
Okay.
Code coalition, remember we still have arrears coming through.
Yes.
The 4 trillion that ODM got, they have not been given yet. They still share the money to debt with the other coalition partners. That is Ford Kenya and Wiper.
Yes.
Now, it is the NASA one which is in contention. The contention is because, one, the agreement is ambiguous, the agreement lacks clarity, and I can tell you on this studio, and I want ANC people to come here one day with me on this studio, and I tell Kenyans the truth. Before they went to sign that agreement, as the Secretary General of the party, I told them this agreement is ambiguous, we need to amend. They refused. They said they will cross the bridge when we reach there. So what they are doing now is that crossing the bridge, they ignored it. So the agreement was faulty from the word go. Number 2, remember we had 2 presidential elections. We had the presidential election of August 2017.
Yes.
And then we had the repeat election of October 2017.
Yes.
So the data that is being used to compute the political parties' fund share between Jubilee and NASA
was for the general election.
Was for the repeat election.
For the repeat election.
Now that one, you know, NASA never participated.
Yes.
Which means the data they are using to compute the political parties' fund somehow does not give NASA money for the presidential vote. They don't get that money. They only get money for the other seats. That is women rep, MCA, governor, senator, and MP. Now the argument ODM has is that you contested against us in various parts of the country.
Right, yes.
So it is unfair for you to come and say you also want a share of the money arising from our votes of MP, MCA, and the rest. I think they are justified. If they were going to use data for August presidential election, then the other parties would be justified to demand a share of that money because of their contribution of the votes to the presidential basket. And that is why I'm saying if they went to court, they will lose the case. First of all, the agreement is not clear. 2, the data being used is for October 2017, where NASA did not participate.
Okay.
So there is no data.
Okay. Before I also lose my job, let's just take a break before we lose the data of the show. Again, let's take a break, and when we come back, we still have that conversation because it's now the 3 NASA principals vow to not dissolve NASA and of course sue ODM over a myriad of issues. We still have Honorable Godfrey Osotsi here. We are still trying to understand more because he says that he's a person who registered NASA. We'll be right back with more after this break. Stay around.
Be sure, check out for a KDIC sticker in your banking hall. KDIC, protecting your deposits.
Bwana Motiso, pikipiki yako ndio hii. Uko shoni yangu. Hii pikipiki ni unakumbuka uniekelea the lowest unique bid yako ilikuwa ngapi? 18 shillings. 18 shillings. Na unajua kuendesha hii gari? kidogo. Haya, kitoko yako shika helmet, kifungu yako, chomoka na mali yako.
Kujiunga na QuickBid ni rahisi. Enda kwenye M-Pesa, bonyeza paybill kisha weka business number 4032353. Kwenye account weka kodi ya bidhaa unayotaka na bid yako ya chini zaidi. Kwa mfano TV 16. Kisha weka shilingi 20 tu kama idadi yako. Weka bid yako pia kwenye www.quickbid.co.ke. Kumbuka, bid ya chini zaidi ya kipekee ndio hununua. QuickBid, bidhaa bora kwa bei ya chini.
Kwa hivyo hii mambo tuachane nayo ama na hatujapata suluhisho.
Wewe Kituta amesema nini?
Huyu Keti anipendi tu.
Huyu matatizo ulituletea kazi gani? Awe kipochi chako
Kija kuhusu hicho. Singependa kuupoteza. Nitasononeka sana huu mkufu nikiupoteza.
Ukicheka hivyo ndio unanimaliza. Viungo vyangu na vilegeza mtoto.
First, she was standing in the club all alone. Lonely streets we tracked together, singing songs. She has a good heart, and I never wanna.
What does this number mean to you? A pack leader? A winner? Or just a number? To us, it means freshness, boldness, vibrancy and heritage. That's why at KBC Channel 1, we make it easier for you to pop up your family entertainment to a fresh, exciting and colorful bouquet.
Before we continue the conversation around people and politics, how about we take a look at what is happening on our roads in terms of traffic? Our last link actually this Tuesday. So this is what has been our focus today. And I've told you why we're really focusing on Likoni Road. But right now, let's take a quick look on the traffic flow and see how the ongoing roadworks are really affecting traffic on this specific route. Like I mentioned, we really don't have a specific date and time when this recarpeting just from this stretch of Likoni Lunga up until Likoni Jogod is supposed to come to a complete, but this is how the traffic flow is looking like this morning, just from where the stretch begins. Look at how it is in terms of traffic building up around this stretch. This is actually the Likoni Lunga roundabout, beginning all the way from that particular roundabout goes up until the Donholm roundabout there, and all through this entire stretch traffic is quite manageable, but still is building up around the same stretch. But again, remember, aside from just serving the residents along this route, it is also an alternative route for those that use Likoni Jogod. This is actually where you get to branch off, and again also the same stretch. In as much as it's a residential, around a residential area, it's also around a commercial center. The kind of companies as well as industries, key among them being House of Manji as well as many other around this stretch. So in terms of traffic, all through, just as you leave the roundabout, going throughout the entire stretch before you get to the Donholm roundabout there, and also as you leave Donholm, coming through the same stretch as you head off to branch off to Likoni Road. In fact, on that particular lane, at least it's green all through, no traffic at all. So it also means if you are using this route as your alternative route, still a good route for you. If at all you're coming from the areas around this place, which is Lunga itself, also coming from areas around Donholm, still a good route for you to use. So what I just have to make do with the traffic is for those coming from Mombasa Road, because again also in itself, Likoni Road is also an alternative route for those that come from Mombasa Road. If at all you don't want to make do with the traffic around the Nyayo Stadium roundabout, so what I'll just have to make do with the traffic is before you get to the Likoni Lunga roundabout, just on that particular stretch, and look at that, just changed this right very second. Heavy kind of gridlock, not moving at a standstill. I know you've seen that difference in color changing right this very minute from the red to the maroon. So the red is an indicator of heavy kind of traffic moving at a very, very slow pace. The maroon indicates heavy kind of gridlock, not moving at a parking lot, just at a standstill. But that's how it's looking like this morning in terms of traffic down that stretch. On the other side, as I mentioned, green all through, no traffic at all. That continues up until the Likoni Enterprise Road. Also, just as Lunga Road is in terms of one of those busy in terms of activities, the same is also along Enterprise Road, as serves as a commercial center as well as a residential kind of road there. In terms of traffic, again, not so bad still. A bit of orange indicating traffic has begun to slightly build up, but altogether manageable kind of traffic. On the other lane, still the same situation. So just where there's kind of heavy traffic is around the roundabout. But again, this is what we'd expect to see, most especially around roundabouts, given the fact that roundabouts connect to either major roads or slip roads. In this one connects to a major road as well as a slip road. The major road is that Likoni Road itself, as you get to branch off to Enterprise Road, which is a slip road going all the way up until Mombasa Road. But this is how the roundabout looks like in terms of traffic, beginning to build up in some sections, and in some other sections moving at a very slow pace. So this has been our focus this morning when it comes to matters traffic, and that is simply because of those ongoing roadworks around this stretch in terms of recarpeting. But again, it still remains our key road of focus up until we see that recarpeting complete and opened up to the public, and try to see how it will be impacting or affecting traffic.
Oh, very well. Thank you so much. Thereabout, that is a look on what your traffic is all about. And still here, we are still continuing with our discussion. And with me is Honorable Godfrey Sotsi of ANC Party, nominated Member of Parliament. We are still continuing that conversation on the attempt by some NASA principals, that is Kalonzo Musyoka of Wiper, Moses Wetangula of Ford Kenya, and Musalia Mudavadi, honorables of Wiper, of ANC Party. They are threatening, one, to dissolve NASA, and two, to sue ODM. Now, Mheshimiwa, before we went on a break, you're saying that there's some ambiguous clauses which you are privy to, and therefore it's going to be a very big court battle for them to pull away from NASA, right?
Yeah, I said that, you know, what they're trying to do is that when they present their papers to the registrar of political parties, one of the things that the registrar would want them to demonstrate is that is there a dispute? And if there is a dispute, how far have you gone trying to resolve the dispute internally? That would be the first requirement. The second requirement is the registrar will look at the papers they have submitted. And one of the things that the registrar will look at is whether the papers are in order or not. For example, the process of entry into a coalition is not different from the process of exit from our coalition. One of the things, for example, in party constitution is that coalition have to be approved by party organs. You will have a NEC. After NEC, you go to a governing council. After governing council, you go to National Delegates Convention. So they have to demonstrate that they consulted the organs of the party. Now, with COVID, do they have the capacity to do National Delegates Convention? The answer is no. And some of these parties have internal challenges. I know Ford Kenya has a challenge. You know, there are two factions in Ford Kenya. There is the Wamunyinyi faction and there is Wetangula's faction. And the court ruled the status quo remains, meaning that for now, Wetangula is the party leader, and Eseli Simiyu is the Secretary General. So a coalition has to be signed, or an exit from a coalition has to be signed by the Secretary General.
Yes.
I signed the coalition agreement of NASA as the Secretary General of ANC. So already they have internal issues which they remain unresolved. ANC to date, they don't have a Secretary General. So who is going to sign the coalition agreement for them? And number two, ANC people are in office illegally. And I told them.
Why so?
They are in office illegally. Their term of office expired on the 13th of July.
Of last year?
Yes. And we told them, to do elections. They didn't do election. What they did is that they went and changed the party constitution clandestinely to extend their term in office by 5 years.
Yes.
That constitution remains ineffective until they hold a national delegates convention, which they cannot. So all of them, starting with the Mudavadi himself, to the other officials, they are in office illegally. And if they want to attempt to go to court, let them first of all sort out internal issues. Because we will also take them to court over ANC matters. And I want to make this very clearly. You cannot be accusing others when internally in your own house you have issues. So this party have issues. I don't know about Wiper, but at least Wiper, we know their things have been moving on well. So Ford Kenya and the ANC, they should be more concerned about internal issues than even NASA. And we have not even gone to the issue of agreements. And I think what is making them to rush to dissolve NASA is because they have realized they need to formalize their marriage in One Kenya Alliance. Because they cannot be in two coalitions. And for them to formalize their marriage in One Kenya Alliance,
you have to quit one alliance.
They must divorce NASA. So that they marry One Kenya Alliance. Now, there is a challenge there. KANU has an agreement with the
Jubilee Party.
Jubilee. So what is going to happen to KANU? So that is why I said whatever they are engaging in is completely misplaced, ill-advised, and happening at the wrong time. They would rather spend their energy on productive things, like maybe looking for new friends, strengthening their party. Like ANC has not done elections. They have not done elections. They are very good on media, talk shows and all that, but there is no officials of the party across the country.
There's an article, there's an article here says that the three leaders, that is Kalonzo Musyoka, Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, Moses Wetangula, and of course Musalia Mudavadi, the three leaders are already working on papers to have the coalition disbanded over what they term as irreconcilable political mistrust. Now, Mudavadi yesterday said, and I quote, that a technical team was already working on the matter, suggesting that they could soon file withdrawal of papers with the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. Now, he said that there were certain procedural issues that they have to address before dissolving the moribund coalition. The keyword is moribund coalition.
Yes, but I'm happy now he's referring to procedural issues. The procedural issues are the ones I'm referring to. The registrar will need to be certified. One, there is a dispute. Two, have the party organs been consulted in line with your own constitution? Three, the outstanding issues, have they been dealt with? In the case of Ford Kenya, you will want to know, have they finished the court case? Who is the Secretary General? If Eseli Simiyu is not part of the signatories of that exit, then they will have problems. For ANC, they will be told, who is your Secretary General? Maybe they will appoint one today or tomorrow. But again, as I said, they are in office illegally, starting with Mudavadi himself. Any Kenyan or any member can go to court and question their existence in office. Because
of the party constitution.
The new constitution they are saying is not yet effected. They have to call a national delegates convention. And how will they call a national delegates convention without doing elections? That is why we told them to do elections and they refused. They instead used an easier route to go and change the constitution of the party and extend their period for 5 years. And now we are reminding them, you are still in office illegally. So if they go to court on the NASA thing, we will also go to court on ANC issues.
Now, the story here is that Ford Kenya party leader Moses Wetangula is being quoted saying that he's been trying to reach a deal with ODM leader Raila Odinga on the sharing of the funds hit a dead end. after living with no option but now to seek legal redress. It says that he's been trying to reach Raila for over 6 months now.
That I don't know about that, but what I know, ODM mandated Honorable Paranya to reach out to the party leaders with a view of resolving this matter. And a committee was formed. Apparently only Wiper responded to the request. The other parties did not respond. So I think when they go to court, they must be alive to that fact that they were invited to a meeting which they never turned up. Only Wiper turned up, but later on Wiper snapped the subsequent meetings. So that will be evidence about the attempt that ODM made to try and reach out to their partners.
So what's now left for the three party leaders? Because ODM seems to be sitting pretty easy.
I think they are confused. That is what I can say. Two, they are not properly advised. If I was advising them, I would ask them to just leave this matter, let it take a political course, and let it rest like that. Because if they go to court, it will become what Wetangula said. It's going to be noisy, it's going to be messy, and with the casualties. Because I can clearly see, as a person who understands political parties act and political parties regulation, I can clearly see they are going to get into legal landmines which will not favor them. Two, they do not need to antagonize ODM. Remember, ODM is a key member of the handshake. These parties and these party leaders, they were initially opposed to the handshake. Remember, they said Raila never informed them about the handshake, and they called Raila all manner of names. But eventually, with the time, they joined Raila in the handshake. So they are actually outsiders in the handshake, because the handshake is between ODM and Jubilee. That is Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga. So if they start this kind of thing, they will basically be antagonizing the handshake. And I don't think President Uhuru Kenyatta will be happy with that. So that is why I said this move is ill-advised, it is ill-timed, and it is highly unnecessary. I wouldn't advise them to go that direction. Now, and there are consequences. For example, the moment they withdraw from NASA, the first effect will be National Assembly and Senate. Because currently, we are holding positions in Parliament courtesy of NASA.
You will be casualties.
We will be casualties. The three parties combined, they have about 42, 43 members of Parliament. That is still lower than the numbers of ODM in National Assembly. So what will happen is that the Speaker will simply give a ruling and say that now ODM will operate as a single minority party in National Assembly. And then we will have a third coalition called One Kenya Alliance, which doesn't have the numbers. So what will happen is that Honorable Robert Mbui, the Kadiani Member of Parliament, who is currently the deputy of Mbadi, as a deputy minority leader, he's going to lose that slot. It will go to an ODM person automatically. The Mutula Kilonzo Jr., who is now the minority whip in Senate, he's going to lose the position. It will go to an ODM member. The Honorable Macau, who is member for
is it Mavoko?
Mavoko.
Yes.
He's the chairman of sports committee. He's going to lose that position, and that position will go to.
So in other words, the ripple effect, should they withdraw from the coalition, the ripple effect will be
massive.
Huge. Yes.
It will be massive. And what does that mean? It means you cannot control parliamentary agenda, legislative agenda.
Yes, because you don't have numbers.
Why would you do that a few months to an election? Every party wants to control a legislative agenda. You are running away from a legislative agenda. Are you serious? So that will be the effect. Because I think in their minds they are saying we will leave it to ODM to decide whether they want to chase us or whether they want. No.
Yeah.
Once the speaker makes a ruling and says we have received a coalition agreement, it is confirmed from the registrar of political parties, a coalition agreement from One Kenya Alliance.
Yes.
And we have also received documents indicating that NASA has dissolved. Then he will look at the numbers. Then ODM has higher numbers in the National Assembly. So they can either become a minority party by being a single party or being a coalition. Right now, we are a minority party as a coalition.
As a coalition.
So if that dissolves, then ODM comfortably occupies the minority position as a single party.
Could this be the reason why KANU chairman Gideon Moi was stepped out of the One Kenya Alliance?
Yes, because you know KANU has an agreement with
the Jubilee.
With Jubilee.
Yes.
So they cannot sign another agreement. And remember, KANU is enjoying positions in National Assembly and Senate, courtesy of that coalition. Honorable Pogisho is the majority leader in Senate. Honorable Kamket is the chair of delegated legislation, courtesy of that arrangement.
Yes.
So KANU does not want to lose that comfort by taking them to some anonymous arrangement. They are not ready to do that. And another thing, which if I was advising them, I would advise them not to do, is that they are in their mind is that they want to form a coalition, One Kenya Alliance, so that they go and make another coalition with maybe Jubilee. That cannot work.
To have a bargaining power.
Because a coalition cannot make a coalition with another coalition. It's not possible in law. A coalition is for parties, not coalitions. You cannot say One Kenya Alliance wants to make a coalition with the NASA. It doesn't work in law. It has to be political
parties.
So that is another danger they are putting themselves, because in their mind they're imagining if we come together we will have numbers.
Then you can have bargaining power.
We will have bargaining power. Yes, you will have the numbers, but legally that is not enforceable. You have to be individual parties joining, making a coalition, not coalitions making another coalition.
So if it happens that the coalition sails through, what will be the repercussion to the members of parliament? Will they have to lose certain members of parliament because they feel like they're now threatened? Because just months to an election, and you have got party wrangles and court battles and what have you, will they have to suffer the consequences of now? Okay, the whole party has been dissolved, Jubilee, ANC on this end, Ford Kenya and what have you, and that again on that side we have. Will they lose members of parliament to other political parties come next election?
No. What the immediate repercussion is what I said.
In parliament,
we will have to reorganize committees so that now One Kenya Alliance will be given some slots to fill their members. And the ODM will remain with their slots. Remember now we have ODM members who are serving in one committee. Others don't even have committee because they have donated that to other coalition members. But this time now ODM will be very comfortable to have their committees to share among themselves. So that will be the first repercussion. The second one, as I said, parliamentary leadership.
Yes.
They're going to lose.
Okay.
They're going to lose those slots.
Okay, all right. So in other words, as it stands right now, your advice is that they should go slow on this, and as you correctly put it,
my advice is that the move is ill-timed, the move is ill-advised, and highly unnecessary. And if I was advising them, I'll tell them, gentlemen, we have only 13 months to the election. We better spend our energy elsewhere. This is going to be what is called negative energy. It's going to exhaust them. They are going to be fighting a party which is in the handshake, and I don't think even Jubilee led by Uhuru will be happy with them.
Okay, Mheshimiwa, let's leave that. Let's take a break, and when we come back, let's talk about the state of economy. Bei ya unga imepanda, bei ya gas imepanda. Sasa Mkenya tutakula nini? Let's talk about that when we come back, because I know Mwananchi is also waiting to see how, you know, the taxes and the legislation. You are the members of parliament, you pass certain taxes, and now the Mwananchi is going to feel that effect. Let's take a break, and we'll discuss more when we come back.
Began. As the mother of broadcasting in Kenya, you can trust KBC to bring you authentic news and programs to your living room. Action. As KBC, we take pride in our unrivaled heritage as Kenya's trusted national broadcaster. Commanding over 92% digital television signal coverage of our country, 23 radio services that cut across our entire language spectrum, a national, regional and international digital presence backed by the most experienced and top-notch broadcast professionals in the industry.
A very good evening to you.
The new look Kenya Broadcasting Corporation is truly ahead of the pack. Turn to the mother of broadcasting in Kenya for stories that resonate with our identity, our aspirations as a people united in purpose. Real stories of hard work, of passion, of creativity, of big dreams. Stories that cement our nationhood. Stories that bring us together as one. We take pride in our shared heritage and destiny. KBC, informing, educating and entertaining Kenyans as one nation. KBC, Kenya's listening, Kenya's watching.
You are still lying to me right now.
You can't stop us without good reason. Are you really not aware of who this is?
Uncle, someone has trespassed on our villa and kidnapped the vessel we created together.
This is an honor that His Majesty gave you. You can't take off your armor.
I can't meet His Majesty unless I do. I have to go in and have a word with His Majesty.
风伴吹散沉香，香满旗檐上。抓一味当归入药汤，相思泪。Quiero amarte de una forma diferente, de otro modo.
And soon you'll be the owner of the Star Zone. And you will have complete control over the Montesinos coffee empire.
Yes. And tell everybody not to say anything, because if I go down, all of you go down with me.
I have you in my hands. And your future depends on me. Good evening, madam. I'm Hector Fonseca, Ivan's father.
Quiero amarte de una forma diferente, de otro modo, nunca igual al de otra gente. Pokosa nisame, ulipokosa nkusame, na maisha yaendelee.
Mimi nakumbuka singo yangu ya kwanza kabisa.
Nimekufungua kidogo. Ongea.
Nilipoipata ile singo, nilipewa diski hii.
Ndio.
Sasa kizungumkuti kikaanzia hapo.
Ujue ende wapi?
Niende wapi? Nilipiga maraundi hili jiji.
Inakuaje bana, ulikuwa umeenda chini ya maji kakangu?
Unajua ni zile mishemishe, naingia kwa muziki alafu lazima angalie industry jinsi kwa zinavyoenda.
Mano sipocheki ukizidi takuwa noma. Nawe DJ ongeza ngoma paka inogewe. Nawe DJ ongeza ngoma paka inogewe.
Get the VIP access to the best shows on KBC Channel 1. We have something different, something special to spice you up. Get ready for new, exciting and captivating dramas. Movies.
Love the smell.
Comedy.
I went to the purpose.
Drama.
Will you assault the queen in my house, in my presence?
News, sports and so much more. Do the things that make you happy on KBC Channel 1.
Welcome back, and that is a live feed from the Supreme Court. We have Chief Justice Martha Koome making her first and maiden appearance at the Supreme Court since she was sworn in as the Chief Justice. And of course, from the course list here, she'll be hearing and taking charge of certain cases. We have got certain cases at the Supreme Court. There you have it, and she'll be making certain appearances. Remember now, the Supreme Court is now fully constituted after what is happening there, and of course once that procedure kicks in effectively, we will go live at the Supreme Court to give you more details on what's happening there. All right, still coming to the tail end of this discussion is with me here is Honorable Godfrey Sosi. We are still talking about matters, politics, and of course you need to know what is happening. Mheshimiwa, let's talk about issues, economy, and the common mwananchi is crying foul. In the local dailies, the taxman is saying that the price of unga is likely to go up, the price of cooking gas and oil and what have you. Have you reached a point that the common mwananchi is now feeling like, the pocket is empty? We need some reprieve.
Well, it's a desperate situation.
Yeah.
I know a lot of Kenyans are suffering because of high prices of commodities.
Yeah.
And it's really biting hard. I know there are so many families which are really suffering. Some don't even have something to eat because they can't afford, and that's really a big challenge. There are many factors to this. One factor is of course the pandemic in which we are in has affected our economy negatively in many ways, and it's not just Kenya but globally. It's a problem that is affecting even big nations, US and the others. Then we have the issue of IMF conditions. IMF conditionalities are really affecting. In fact, they were contributed a lot to the finance bill 2021 that we passed in Parliament, because one of the conditionalities of IMF is for the government to increase the tax base, and ensure that we are able to sustain some of the programs that we are running. The second thing is the budget itself, which was very ambitious, and now we are talking about KRA needs to get at least 2 trillion Kenya shillings, up from 1.6 trillion shillings, which was their target last year. So because of that, I think they have to increase taxes so that to meet those targets. And those are some of the factors which are contributing to the problem we are having. And of course, general problem of management the economy. We've been talking about public debt. Public debt, we have to pay our debts. Now, when you want to pay the debts, you need money to pay the debts. Where do you get the money? You increase taxes so that you get money to pay the debts. So you can see how the overall economic management is now affecting even our common mwananchi, because he has to pay more taxes so that the government can, one, sustain its program and pay its debts.
Yeah.
So the issue of debt is really a big challenge to this country, and I'm hoping that the next government that will come after 2022 will be able to deal with the issue of debt very well. Then, of course, the issue of corruption that we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
When we are losing 2 billion shillings a day.
Yeah. It's a lot of money that can be used in the economy.
Yeah, it's a lot of money in the economy.
Yeah.
If that money could be harnessed, then we would not end up charging people more taxes. So that is a problem. And I think a lot of effort should be put into managing corruption in this country so that we save resources.
Yeah.
And the government can get a lot of money.
Yeah.
I brought a motion to Parliament because 4 trillion Kenya shillings is being held in offshore accounts by corrupt Kenyans. If this money came to this country, it will sustain us for 2 financial years.
Yes.
And we will not even require to charge to ask Kenyans to pay more taxes. So really the issue of economic management of this country is key, is very key, and it is more complex than people just standing up and saying a bottom-up approach.
Yep. Is there hope for a common mwananchi?
There is hope, but we must do our role as citizens very well by ensuring that the leaders we vote in must be credible leaders, must be leaders with a track record, must be leaders who stand for something, must be leaders who are real statesmen in this country, and not people who are just taking advantage of the situation in this country to say, oh, bottom-up approach, hustler, and we need leaders who have been tested over time to be on the side of wananchi, and not people who are just coming up with ambiguous agendas, which they themselves don't even believe in it. Yeah, that's why earlier on we were saying you cannot implement bottom-up approach, economic approach, if you don't deal with corruption. If you don't want people to talk about corruption, you cannot implement it. So this problem we are facing as a country now, with the increases in the prices of key commodities, it is because of the way we are managing our economy. In Parliament, we tried as much as possible to even remove taxes that they had put on essential items like unga and the others. But I'm even surprised that even after we remove taxes from those essential commodities, the prices are still gone up. Because one, there is an increase in VAT on cooking oil and cooking gas. So that affects the prices of ugali, it affects the prices of chapati and all that. So we are really in a tight situation as a country because one, donor conditionalities, two, we have an ambitious budget which we must finance, and for us to finance that we have to increase taxes. And then overall problem of economic management. If we are borrowing too much, who is going to pay those debts?
We have to get a way to pay the debts.
We have to get a way to pay the debts, and the debts are going to be paid through taxes. So we must deal with the issue of debts, public debt. And it's a very serious issue. Very serious issue that we can't run away from.
Even as we speak about public debt, the government is planning to have another set of Eurobond.
Well, that is a challenge. It is a challenge. It is a challenge because even the budget that we passed recently, it has a deficit of around 900 billion. Where are they going to get that money? They have to borrow. So the challenge is an ambitious budget. If their budget is ambitious, then you have to look for money to sustain it. How I wished we could just get a budget that we can manage.
Somebody say that you cut your coat according to your size.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. And as we come to a close, Mheshimiwa, we have got governors who are serving their last term in office.
Yes.
And most of them have had some rough patches with their deputies.
Yeah.
And even if you look around, most of them are not seeing eye to eye. You know, the deputy is singing a different kind of tune and the governor is speaking a different kind of tune. So there is this case of governors refusing now to back their deputies, who during the last election campaigned as a team.
Well, that is a problem.
Yes.
In almost every county.
Yeah.
Except maybe a few counties that I've seen, like Kisumu, Kakamega, and maybe Makueni, and a few other places.
Yes.
But most of the counties, you find there is a dispute between the governor and the deputy governor. I have not really understood where it comes from.
Could it be a case of payback? The governor saying that, you know what, because you did not support me during my office and what have you, we have had wrangles, now it's my time for a payback.
Well, you know, also times change. And when times change, it changes with many other issues, including politics. You may have been my friend when we were vying together, and then along the way, we are no longer political friends. You have to look for new friends. Now, when that realization comes, then you start having that kind of problem. So that is normal in politics. But what is important is that I think a way has to be found out so that we ensure that the relationship between the governor and his deputy does not affect the work in the counties. Because most of the challenges we have in our counties is because the two are not able to work together amicably. And therefore a lot of programs in the county are affected. So this is a problem we need to fix, either through legislation or I don't know, so that we do not have that problem again. Yeah.
And now with the governors now coming out of office, and when we talk about economy, some of the senators or some of the MPs and some of the new contestants who are angling for these positions are saying that, you know what, you have to clear all the pending bills before you can transfer them to the next regime. Do we have money to do that right now, even to the counties? Because most counties are not able to meet their revenue collections.
Pending bills is an issue.
Yes.
And I think I agree with those who are saying pending bills needs to be prioritized. The payment of pending bills. And I think that's one of the resolutions that Parliament made, that focus needs to be on payment of pending bills. And we recommended that we even want to have a pending bill fund at Treasury to ensure that pending bills are prioritized. Because if you don't pay bills, that affects many other aspects.
And even the services.
It affects the suppliers. Because some people have gone to the bank, borrowed money to come and undertake a project, and then you take several years to pay them. People have been auctioned because of the problem of pending bills. Some people have died because of stress arising from pending bills. So and again, when you don't pay people and they have used their money, it also affects the economy down there. The multiplier effect affects the economy down there in the village and all that places. So I think I want to agree that payment of pending bills should be prioritized
before the next election.
And in fact, we need to change the Public Finance Management Act to say the first charge should be payment of debts. Before you do any other thing, lipa madeni kwanza.
Could it be a reason that some of the governors are now just running away from it intentionally because they know, our time is up and now we are going home?
Well, it varies. Some counties are doing well in terms of
revenue
processing pending bills, in terms of revenue, so they don't have a problem. But there are other counties which are really struggling with pending bills. Because you have to pay pending bills before you do other programs. So you find that the money you get, it's all going to pending bills. There is no development happening. And that is why some of us supported the amendment in the BBI.
Yeah.
That we need to increase the revenue allocation from 15% to 35%.
Yeah.
So that at least we are able to break from that cycle that we have found ourselves in. Clear the pending bills and now start doing development.
Yeah. What's your take on devolution to this far? The first crop of governors, they've had their fair share, their taste, the experiment. They would say that they're experimenting the whole process of devolution. What's your stake and your own arithmetic and just your measure or where devolution is right now?
I think we are getting better.
Yeah.
We are getting better with the time. It is not right for me to say devolution is a bad thing. Devolution is a good thing.
Yeah.
When we go to the villages, we see devolution at work. Even some of the markets that had died.
Never existed.
Never existed. You are beginning to see some life in those markets. You see pubs have been opened, hotels have been opened. You see some activity happening. So that is courtesy of devolution. So it is a good thing. But there are challenges, of course, the corruption, some people taking away money to do their own stuff. But as we go on, it's going to improve. Remember, in the first term, we had challenges. Second part of devolution, we are seeing some improvement. So maybe after 2022, we'll see an even better devolution system as we come up with the laws, as we experiment and we go on. Remember in Nigeria, when they started the federal system,
yes,
the first time most of the governors were arrested.
You know how the system was working there?
Yeah, because of corruption, but they have since improved. And the system is working so well. So even here in Kenya, we get to a point where some of the challenges we are having in devolution will be sorted out, and Kenyans will be able to get maximum benefit from devolution. So it is there, we are getting benefits, but we can get a lot more benefits with the time.
Because if you look at the terms of employment and devolution, when it comes to devolution, most of the people who were mostly employed in urban centers had to migrate to other devolved kind of units. And the moment now we are getting to the next general election now, and we have got members of parliament like you who are oversighting the executive. Some of them would want to come, leave their position and say that I want to go to the governor's seat, probably because of particular reasons. The question is, which position are you angling for come 2022?
Well, I have made a decision, and I want to represent the people of Vihiga in the Senate in 2022, because there are a lot of challenges in Vihiga County in terms of oversight, and I think that I'll be able to make a very positive contribution to enhancement of the oversight within the county, so that people of Vihiga get maximum benefit from devolution process.
Yes.
And I have a plan, I have a program of work that I intend to do when I become the senator of Vihiga. The good thing is that I have experience, having served as a member of parliament in very strategic committees, and also being a member of the House Business. I have acquired experience which will come in handy to the people of Vihiga as their senator. And I'm very aggressive about it. I'm working so hard. I'm meeting different groups of people to try and lay down my strategies. And I think everything is working on well.
Okay. That is a clear declaration on a national television, and we'll keep you to account, because our work is also to give you an oversight role on this end as a media. All right, people of Vihiga, now you've seen for yourself and you've heard for yourself. Mheshimiwa, let me just cut you short there and go to the Supreme Court, where we have Dr. Fred Ojiambo now making his presentation. Remember, the Chief Justice Martha Koome is making her maiden appearance at the Supreme Court today to hear some of the cases right there. Mheshimiwa, thank you so much for your time.
Thank
and
you.
Of course, we look forward to having you more and over again. So let's cross over to the Supreme Court and let's to listen what's happening there.
or show partiality. Do not accept a bribe, for a bribe blinds the eye of the wise and twists the words of the innocent. Follow justice and justice alone, so that you may live and possess the land the Lord your God is giving you. That is Deuteronomy chapter 16, verse 19 to 20. And so, the Honorable Chief Justice, my ladies and lords of the Supreme Court, may it be for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senior Counsel. And thank you for those very apt words to not just the Chief Justice, but to all of us on the court. It's my duty now, I think, first to report that the Registrar of the Court advises me that the President of the Law Society of Kenya, Mr. Nelson Harvey, has sent his apologies. He would have been the next person to address the court. It now is my honor to call upon Mr. Alex Muteti, representing the Director of Public Prosecutions, to address the court.
Thank you, my Lady Deputy Chief Justice. Your Ladyship, the Honorable Chief Justice, and your Lordships present, let me take this opportunity on behalf of the DPP to first congratulate the Honorable Chief Justice for our elevation to the position of Chief Justice at a time when the world expects gender equity and is looking forward to world leadership in that area. Indeed, my Lady Chief Justice, as an office, we are grateful that from the process that you went through, the Judicial Service Commission, in its wisdom, picked one of its own for elevation to the position of Chief Justice. This we say because it is a recognition of the important role that the judiciary plays in our country, and it by no means confirms that you as a judge has made invaluable contribution, and therefore the appointing authority considered it necessary to appoint you to this position. Having said that, I wish to confirm that as an office, we will endeavor to pursue interagency cooperation and collaboration in the delivery of justice, not only to victims of crime, but also persons charged with criminal offenses. We offer our unequivocal confirmation that at any one time that the judiciary shall consider it necessary, as an office, we will be available for any contribution that we can make to improve our systems and ensure that justice is delivered to all timelessly. We embrace your leadership, knowing and noting that during the period that you served in the civil society, Honorable Chief Justice, you emerged as one of the champions of the protector of human rights. You did not shy away from controversy whenever duty called upon you to address the question of justice, and in so doing, you made serious and considered contribution to the development of our law. Let me take this opportunity and note your invaluable contribution in the decision of the Attorney General versus Mohamed Ashir and others, where as a court, with the former Chief Justice, the Emeritus D.K. Moraga and others, you did actually confirm the applicability of international law in our jurisdiction. That by itself is confirmation that indeed, as a Chief Justice, as you begin your journey in that office, we can look forward to decisions that will not only take into account the local jurisprudence that we have developed in several areas, but also international best practice that indeed as a country we require so much in many areas. This is particularly important to us because as an office, we are confronted with emerging crimes that have assumed international dimension. And if we were to limit ourselves to local jurisprudence, then obviously we would suffer very serious shortcomings in terms of delivery of justice. That is a commendable position that Honorable Chief Justice and the rest of the judges who sat in that matter really took, and we believe this being the highest court, then you shall be leading from the front in adopting international best practice as you interpret our law. Allow me, my Lady Chief Justice, and your Lordships present, to also make reference to yet another decision that we consider of jurisprudential importance as an office. In the case of Veronica Gitai, Inspector Veronica Gitai and another, a decision that my Lady Chief Justice, you rendered in Malindi together with the Honorable Justice William Ouko, with whom we also take serious note that you have been elevated at the same time to the Supreme Court. You did come out very strongly in that decision and affirmed that human rights should be protected of the lesser mortals in society. I choose the words lesser mortals not because of lack of better words, but this being a matter where a young girl was murdered by officers that were indeed charged with protection of that very person, you did not shy away as a court to uphold the decision of the High Court, and you consigned those officers to the fate that they chose. Having said that, allow me to end by saying the following, that notwithstanding the fact that the judiciary is independent, the three arms of government remain interdependent, and throughout your term as Chief Justice, we promise we shall be available to render support where necessary without compromising on your responsibility and the responsibility of the other two arms of government, so that the best results that we can achieve as a system, we are able to achieve them. And with those few remarks, Honorable Chief Justice and my Lady Deputy Chief Justice and your Lordships seated together, we look forward to a very robust Supreme Court that shall continue to provide guidance even as we proceed to the next dispensation, which definitely, of course, everybody knows, in the next 1 year, we will be dealing with very germane issues related to elections, and justice will be one of the key things that everybody will be looking up to. Thank you very much for the invitation. I rest my submission.
Thank you, Councillor Alex Muteti. Thank you for sharing your wisdom, our Chief Justice. Thank you for promising that interagency cooperation is going to be enhanced by yourselves during, and I suppose always, but during the tenure of our current Chief Justice. Thank you for your promise that you undertake to improve the justice chain system, and guided by what Senior Counsel Fred Ojambo said, that we shall continue to remember that ours is to follow justice and justice alone. Thank you, Mr. Muteti. It's now my turn to invite our brother from the Attorney General's office, Mr. Kennedy Ogeto, to speak to the Chief Justice and to speak to us. Mr. Ogeto.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chief Justice, and good morning.
Good morning.
My Lady, the Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court, my Lady, the Deputy Chief Justice, my Lords and my Ladies, Judges of the Supreme Court, the Director of Public Prosecutions, presented by Mr. Muteti, ladies and gentlemen, well, let me also acknowledge Dr. Fred Ojambo, Chair of the Senior Counsel Bar. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very grateful this morning for the honor and opportunity to make these brief remarks during this very auspicious occasion. I'm in attendance today on behalf of the Honorable the Attorney General. He would have wished to attend this event, save for other urgent official business that demanded his personal attention. He has requested that I convey his humble apologies. My Lady, the Chief Justice, may I take this opportunity to once again congratulate you on your assumption of office. May I also take this opportunity to congratulate our brother, Justice William Oko, on his new role as a judge of the Supreme Court. Kenyans and the world look up to you and your colleagues in this court to answer to the call of justice. They expect that the Supreme Court, and indeed all our courts, shall remain true to the duty as the temples of justice. My Lady, the Chief Justice, the commencement of your role as the Chief Justice and President of this court has come at a very critical time in the development of our justice system. During the last year, we have witnessed significant adoption of technology in our court system. We look at your leadership to harness the benefits that have come with this new approach and to ensure that no part of the country is left behind in this regard. Lady the Chief Justice, as we advance economically, socially, and politically, we also continue to face unprecedented questions and challenges that require the guidance of our courts. This court, as the apex court, has the sacrosanct opportunity to shape and enrich our legal development, perhaps for generations to come. Such legal development is not just for the people of Kenya, it is also for the region, and in some instances, the world at large. This is, without a doubt, a heavy and monumental task. We remain confident, however, in this court's ability, under your able leadership, to guide the nation in the direction of law and justice. We must continue to strive to be a country of the rule of law and not of the rule by law. My lady, the Honorable the Chief Justice, may I, at this juncture, take this opportunity to wish you the very best. May God and the court, and may God bless Kenya. Thank you, my lords and my ladies.
Thank you very much, Council Mr. Ogeto. Thank you for those words, and we shall remember that our duty is to shape the legal direction of the dispensation of justice. We shall remember to answer only to the call of justice and nothing else. And we shall remember that in you, we are a valued partner. Thank you very much. At this juncture, it's my duty, honor, and privilege to invite the Honorable the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, who is the President of this court, to address not just the three speakers, and not just to react to those, but to speak to the justice chain that waits for direction on matters justice from the Honorable the Chief Justice. Chief Justice Mother Koome.
Thank you very much, my lady, the Honorable Deputy Chief Justice, my colleagues, judges of the Supreme Court, all senior counsel present, led by the chair, Dr. Fred Ojiambo, the Solicitor General, Mr. Ken Ogeto, Mr. Alex Moteti, representing the DPP, and all council present, guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It is the first time I and my brother, Mr. Justice William Ouko, are wearing this prestigious robe of the Supreme Court. For me, I do so with grace and gratitude to God and to the people of Kenya who made it possible for me to ascend to this office of the Chief Justice and the President of the Supreme Court. In this capacity, I extend my appreciation and gratitude to everyone represented here today, the various actors in the administration of justice and state organs, learned counsel, members of the public, and the court staff who have joined us for this inaugural sitting of the Supreme Court following the court's recent constitution when I and my brother, Mr. Justice William Ouko, joined the court. I would like to thank my brother and sister judges of the Supreme Court, and I also recognize the retired judges who worked tirelessly over the past decade to position the Supreme Court of Kenya as a respected and admired court in the globe. It is worth mentioning that the court's indigenous jurisprudence in areas like the electoral law, human rights, especially where the court determined questions on the mandatory death penalty and the right to housing, are profound pronouncements. The workings of the devolved system of government and the practice of bicameralism in our legislative system are decisions of this court that have been cited and talked about with admiration by scholars and other courts regionally and internationally. Our focus will be to build on this very strong foundation in the next decade. There is no doubt that the adoption of the current constitution is the most consequential event, as Senior Counsel and Dr. Fred Odhiambo has reminded us, and it provides a progressive pillar for Kenyan law. It also has a comprehensive guiding compass for Kenya in the next decade. There is no doubt that the adoption of the current constitution is the most consequential event, as Senior Counsel and Dr. Fred Odhiambo has reminded us, and it provides a progressive pillar for Kenyan.
My lady CJ, just a minute there. Esther, the technical team.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, get us. My lady, just wait, please. Esther, Wamoto.
We are there. Thank you.
Are we back?
Yes.
CJ, kindly unmute.
I can proceed.
Now you can, my lady.
Thank you, and sorry for that interruption. The Constitution stands as the most progressive pillar for Kenyan law and as a comprehensive guiding compass for Kenya's internal organization and global posturing. It must be appreciated that our Constitution, in its values, principles, and rules, reflects the desire by Kenyans to break with our past authoritarian governance and unequal society, and to strike in a radically different path of creating a democratic and egalitarian state and society. It is the foremost manual on the creation and sustenance of a welfare state, meeting the needs of the Kenyans wherever they are. Our Constitution reflects the kind of society that Kenyans wish to build for themselves and for future generations. It reflects a desire by Kenyans to build a socially just society and a just state. This is a bold pronouncement of the aspirations and purposes that should animate all actions by state and non-state actors. Thus, for us in the Supreme Court and other courts, the development of a jurisprudence of social justice, or put differently, a social justice jurisprudence, will be our guiding North Star in the next decade. In essence, our role will be to guide other courts to broaden the administration of justice in a manner that is owned by Kenyans, socially transformative and empowering our communities. The pronouncement in the preambular provisions of the Constitution, Article 10 on the values and principles of national governance, Article 19.2 on the purpose of the Bill of Rights, leads to the inescapable conclusion that the Constitution is indeed a charter for social transformation. Given that the Supreme Court is the final custodian and guarantor of this Constitution, it is the court that should always endeavor to provide jurisprudential leadership to the country in the quest for transformation of the society, using the Constitution as the tool of social change. We will seek to put in practice the instruction, indeed the command in Article 23 and 259 of the Constitution, and also our Section 3 of the Supreme Court Act, that requires that courts should develop the law to ensure that the vision of the Constitution is realized. This court, in its operations and functioning, will place a premium on collegiality and civility. By emphasizing on collegiality, I mean that as judges, we are working on a joint project of deciding the matters before us impartially and independently to clarify the law. Thus, the need for sharing of ideas and enriching our perspectives to resolve the disputes before us. This, of course, does not mean that difference of opinion is not encouraged. Rather, it means that judges have a duty to disagree in a principled manner. Recognizing that ours is an adversarial legal system that tends to pit parties against each other, it tends to encourage hostility and often leads to uncivil attacks directed to judges and to counsel on the opposite side. Such a situation, I dare say, weakens public confidence in the judicial process. My expectation is that the bar, while having the leeway and indeed encouraged to engage robustly and skillfully before us, we will appreciate the importance of civility from the bar. Thus, where one has a different opinion, it will be expressed in a manner that respects the adage of, I quote, disagreeing without being disagreeable, end of quote. We will call upon the public, the council, and everybody to allow judges to decide matters based on substantive issues before them, and not to divert the time and effort to some sideshows who are meant to cross the line and disrespect the court of the court. It will also be the court's duty to settle monumental and troubled questions of law affecting the society, and to seek to intervene to ensure that justice system is operating effectively as intended by the Constitution and our laws. Towards this end, the court is sitting today to issue directions with respect to the implications of the landmark decision by the Supreme Court in the case of Francis Muruatetu, popularly known as the Muruatetu case, which will be for the smooth and efficient operations of clarifying the sentencing in our criminal justice system. The Muruatetu case is a landmark decision in our human rights jurisprudence. The Supreme Court held that sentencing is a judicial and not a legislative function under the principle of separation of powers that underpins our constitutional order. Since there may be varying degrees of criminal culpability, participation, heinousness, we all know not all murders are the same, and thus the need for mitigation in our murder trials, and indeed in capital offences where the accused person is facing a death sentence. Therefore, it is improper to impose one sentence by the legislature applied by the courts. The mandatory death penalty is constitutional, but the mandatory is what was found to be unconstitutional, and hence that case was referred for resentencing. The decision is undoubtedly a landmark for sentencing policy in Kenya and a good example of the impact of the Bill of Rights of punishment in criminal. It reiterates that constitutional values should be respected in the imposition of punishment for crimes. While Muruatetu obviously was limited to the death penalty in murder cases, the principles have been used and pronounced and have had far-reaching implications with ramifications for sentencing in other cases. Hence the need for this court to give further directions. Indeed, the Court of Appeal and the High Court extended these principles to other cases, i.e. robbery with violence and other criminal cases where legislation prescribes minimum and mandatory sentences. And this is the situation that we intend to clarify today in the directions. While the principles of Muruatetu have been argued that are transferable, and this is a live debate, these cases have not yet been brought to this court to interrogate and to determine. This is a live controversy which will be resolved at an appropriate time when such cases reach the Supreme Court through the usual process. It is noteworthy that the Supreme Court in the Muruatetu case directed the Attorney General, the Director of Public Prosecution, and other relevant agencies to prepare a detailed professional review within the context of the judgment and set a framework to deal with the sentence, the hearing of cases of people who are sentenced to death. And the Attorney General was given 12 months to do that exercise. Unfortunately, it took long, and it is pursuant to those orders. After the Supreme Court received the report by the task force that was put together by the AG, that these directions were prepared. The aim of the directions and post-judgment hearing that we are doing today is to enable the court to get a report which we have received on the development of a framework for resentencing hearing and any difficulties that has been faced in the implementation of the judgment, so that the Supreme Court can offer appropriate direction and orders that will ensure the criminal justice system works optimally. As a matter of priority, upon giving these directions, I intend to consult with the Attorney General and other actors and stakeholders in the criminal justice system to put together a committee on revising the sentencing guidelines in line with these directions. Lastly, it would be remiss to conclude without mentioning and expressing my gratitude to the judges and staff of this court, and indeed all judicial officers and staff of the judiciary for the hard work they have put to ensure that our courts are running since the pandemic struck this country this year. We were considering holding this inaugural sitting in an open court, but we did this so as to encourage online proceedings and to recognize that the pandemic has changed the way the Supreme Court and other courts have been operating. We have now embraced technology and we are not letting it go because it eases the way we conduct our business. It has forced us to accelerate and embrace the information technology in our operations. The Supreme Court has embraced video and remote hearing to ensure that delivery of justice does not stop. I therefore thank the court staff, judges and the bar for enthusiastically supporting us and embracing the changes, even as we work to resolve the teething problems of e-filing and other challenges that we experience in ensuring that we render justice during this difficult time. On that note, I wish to assure Kenyans that the Supreme Court and its judges do not live in ivory towers. We understand the problems that each one of us is encountering to access justice, as we are part of the Kenyan society. And we will ensure that we give our best to nurture the social transformation that the Constitution has imposed on us. But as judges, we will remain independent and impartial as directed by the Constitution. And we urge Kenyans to allow us to speak through our judgments and not to respond to matters that are not before us. I thank you, my lords, my lady judges, all the colleagues and everybody for listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Justice. Now guided that this court shall heed the exhortation in the Bible that says that we shall follow justice and justice alone. Listening to the promise that we shall get cooperation from the office of the DPP, and that there shall be an endeavor to improve the justice system chain. Thank you, Solicitor General, for telling us to answer to the call of justice and to the call of justice alone. Ready as we have always been in this court to do the right thing. Having heard the Honorable the Chief Justice, we promise that we shall do what we know we came here to do, and which shall be to follow justice and justice alone. Thank you very much for coming and listening to the Honorable the Chief Justice. And it is now my pleasure to announce that Dr. Fred Ojambo, Mr. Alex Moteti, and Solicitor General Kennedy Ogeto, you are free to log out, but you're also free to sit in and listen to the hearings that are proceeding immediately after this. And I now call upon the court administrator to call out for directions the first matter on the course list. Thank you very much.
Justice Martha Koome, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya and the third under the new constitutional dispensation, holding her first ever, call it inaugural, hearing at the Supreme Court as CJ and also as the Supreme Court judge. Yesterday, actually, the Supreme Court did talk about 21 cases that will be heard by the Supreme Court now that it's fully constituted. And one of the cases, if you just joined us, is the 2017 Murwatetu case. You've heard it perhaps several times when you talk about any reference to the Supreme Court, or even during the interviews for the CJ and also for the Supreme Court judge. It's a 2007 case that talks about the section 204 of the Penal Code, which calls for death sentence for murder. Of course, the Supreme Court will be hearing that case among other 20 by October. Good morning. This is KBC and this is KBC News Check. My name is Ben Troinjue. Thanks indeed for making time. And today, talking about the Supreme Court being headed by a woman. We're talking about women leadership in the light of COVID-19. And of course, I will be joined by a woman you perhaps have heard or seen. But before then, we also have a new sheriff in town who happens to be a woman. Yesterday, the UASO elections were being conducted, and we have Dr. Grace Nyongesa as the first woman union chair, another milestone. Talking about milestone, we also have, of course, another trailblazer who I will be hosting right here. We're talking about leadership and COVID-19 pandemic, a myriad of challenges. I am joined by another Dr. Christine Ombaka, who is the MP Siaya County. Welcome to the program.
Thank you.
And indeed, thanks for honoring the pledge.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here.
And talking about women leadership, you must be feeling quite well. We were to chair a woman, of course, the CJ is holding her first ever session, CJ, and also as the president of the Supreme Court.
Yes, I'm happy for that, and I want to congratulate them. Martha Koome, she's the first woman in that position, and we are proud of her. I'm also proud with the young women who are coming up in leadership position at the university level, and I think that is a big achievement for women. I think the sky is the limit.
And Dr. we're talking about women MP now, as opposed to what we used to talk about women rep. Perhaps you can expound on the role of the women,
yes,
and especially the MPs in the counties.
Yes, it was called woman rep, woman representative in the constitution that we have today, but we prefer to be called members of parliament, and therefore, since we look after a county, so it will be important to consider us as county member of parliament instead of woman rep. It's like you represent women only, or those are the people that voted for you. But I think men voted for us, and so to embrace them also in our role, I think we should be called county member of parliament. This is a position that is affirmative action position that came in the 2010 constitution. It's a very important position because the idea was to ensure that more women are elected in parliament. And because it's an affirmative position, it was required that in every county, 47 counties, there would be one woman representative or one county member of parliament. So we are 47 women in parliament. Our role is more or less the same. It's the same because we sit in Parliament, and our role is to oversight, to make laws, and also to represent the public. But over and above that, we work with communities where we are represented, in the counties where we are represented. And since we take care of a county, we have different constituencies that we run. In Siaya, where I represent, I'm taking care of 6 constituencies. I represent 6 constituencies. The woman MP from Kakamega is taking care of 12 constituencies. Esther Passaris, who's a woman representative or county MP, is taking care of 17. So women county members of parliament represent counties, but each county have different number of constituencies.
Just hold the thought, and I want us to a little bit focus on the challenges, because looking at your role, and perhaps the funding that you get as the county MP, and looking at what other MPs get is quite different. But before then, of course, Martha Koome is leading the Supreme Court bench in hearing the case, the famous Muruatetu case. And other than that, we also have other things that we'll be checking out, or other events that we'll be checking out. We have the Global Fund grants signing ceremony that is taking place at the Pan-African Hotel right here in the county of Nairobi. We also have the minorities and marginalized communities rights advocacy. That seminar will be right here in Nairobi at the Best Western Meridian Hotel. Of course, the minorities and marginalized communities, and even talking about the leaders themselves, they have come out strongly to talk about more of the equitable fund, and also talking about more resources being allocated to that region. Of course, we also have food safety report in Kenya in the wake of actually looking at how the economy is, and also one of the dailies talking about it's getting hard by the day to put food on the table. But as we put food on the table, is there food security in the country? What kind of food we are having? Well, that also will be actually happening at the Sarova Hotel right here in the capital of Nairobi. And other than that, we will be checking the Supreme Court case, where our reporter is on standby. Ben Chumba will be giving us more in regard to that Muruatetu case. But back to our discussion, and in case you just joined us, welcome. This is News Check, and I'm being assisted by Lensa Odingo in terms of the sign language interpretation. And of course, we have the Siaya County MP, Daktari Christine Ombaka. Before I interjected, you were talking about some of the challenges that you're also facing as a county MP.
Yes, county MPs do have a lot of challenges because we cover vast areas of our counties, and we cover a county just like the governor does and the senator does. The funds that have been allocated to county MPs is called National Government Affirmative Action Fund. It's so little for a county. If you calculate what we get, it's approximately 6 million per constituency. 6 million per constituency. Whereas our counterparts, that's a member of parliament of a single constituency, has 120. Look at the difference.
Oh, that's a big difference.
It's a huge one. And yet, the people, our communities judge us the same way. How much have you done for your county? How many roads have you constructed, classrooms, and so on? And we cannot perform. The money that has been allocated to women reps is not used to build classrooms. It's not meant for constructing roads. We only use it to pay some bursary, which is very little, far too little, because for me, I have a world of orphans, and that money cannot even go round properly. Then the same money you divide it among women groups and youth groups. You give them money for economic empowerment, for their groups to do table banking. It is the same money that you can buy, sanitary pads, if it is approved. Sometimes it's not approved. And it is the same money that you can do countrywide projects, such as maybe building markets or giving them umbrellas where women who are selling in the hot sun can use, or buy water tanks. And so that's what we can do. We can also do civic education, and that's all that you can do with that little money. So we do not construct buildings, and that is where the public judge us wrongly. They just think we are not doing anything, and we have got names such as flower girls. We are just escorting our MPs. Yes. We do not have money in this kitty, and so we have been rated very badly. We have been negatively perceived, and many people do not appreciate the role of county MPs. Just would wish that if this seat continues, more money should be invested, because we are the people who touch the hearts of wananchi. We give them money straight away.
Yes.
We allocate funds to them in their groups so that they can do table banking, they can do biashara, they can actually empower themselves. So people can appreciate it if more funds were allocated on this seat.
Indeed, and of course, as we wait, but if of course the BBI reggae will be back and is actualized, we'll have a whole different set of structure when it comes to leadership in counties.
Yes.
I do remember on March 8th during the International Women's Day, you were so vocal talking about and urging women to go for elective posts now in the wake of 2022 succession politics, and not just about the women rep seats, as we call them, but for all the seats. Is it informed by the small number of women leaders we have in the country?
It is. We've noticed that throughout history, women have never been properly represented. There are too few in politics and other appointive positions. But let's talk politics first. In Parliament, women are far fewer than men, so much so. So the position of county MPs have actually boosted the women a little bit in terms of the fact that it is a seat meant for women, and therefore definitely we would always have 47 women straight away as a head start. Now, should there be BBI, should it go through, then the seat of county MPs will not be there. It is kind of scraped off, and it will not be there. But the good thing is that at the Senate level, there will be the woman senator. There is the male senator and the female senator. And so at that point, you can see that there will be more women, 50% in Senate, at the Senate level, where you have women on this side and you have the men on this side. The only challenge that I tend to think will happen is that when you become a woman senator, will you go with the money for a national government affirmative action fund? Because you need money as a member of parliament to work with in the county where you are representing wananchi. To be a member of parliament with no funds, it's like a joke.
Okay, and away from that, you also touched on starting mentorship program, and especially for young women to perhaps tame gender stereotypes. Where have you gotten on that endeavor?
Yes, with the fund, with the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, there is a slot, there is a vote head, which is called civic education. That civic education is what we use for mentorship programs. I use it to rally young girls and boys together. We talk about sexuality, we talk about drug abuse, we talk about good behavior, we talk about future careers for young people. We mentor them. We make them feel that they also own this world, and that they have a role to play, and that they have a future that is bright, that they need only to work hard to achieve it. We also tell them about gender-based violence. There's a lot of gender-based violence within the youth. Young people fight each other. Young people kill each other. Young people abuse and they intimidate one another. There's a lot of bullying in school, so gender-based violence is there. We need to start early to tell our young boys that when they grow up, they must respect girls and women. Even the women, we tell them, when you grow up, you will have to respect the men as well. So it's a two-way traffic. When we talk about gender-based violence, we do not talk about men beating girls or women all the time. It is also the other way around. Even women have a role to play in the gender-based violence. They must talk peace. They must also try to fight back and report cases where they are abused, when they are intimidated, when they are physically harassed or physically assaulted. They must report. The issue about gender-based violence is the fact that many women don't talk about it. They keep quiet, they're ashamed of it, they don't report. And when they do report, halfway, they stop reporting it. They backslide. The issue does not go far. The other day, I was dealing with a case of rape. The lady called me and told me she's been raped and we need to help her. And I was out to help her. But then throughout the process, she did not go to see a doctor, so there was no evidence. I could not move with the case.
And that is actually affecting a lot of young women.
Yes.
And when it comes to leadership, you find that a lot of them come out for elective positions, but when we get closer and closer to the polls, we see they just fizzle out.
Yes, it's the way we are brought up. Women are brought up to believe that they're weak, that let the men talk while you listen. That is a cultural thing in all African context. Women are supposed to be more peaceful, they're quiet, they're submissive, they should not talk loudly, and they should always play the submissive role. That actually has been that has been part of how women are brought up. So when we talk about mentorship program, we try to kill that, to remove that kind of submissiveness. Let the women also be heard. Speak up. Fight for your rights, and also remember that you are not just a woman, but you also equal the man. Men are not superior, even women are superior, but we are on equal terms. We need to give each other opportunity to excel, so that there's no intimidation that you're a girl, sit down and don't talk as I speak. So those are the kind of issues we try to bring into young girls, that they need to be braver, they need to be more confident with themselves, and to be able to see the world in terms of equality, where they are not weaker than the men.
So how do we boost their self-esteem? Because among young women to seize these leadership positions,
you need to start early.
Sensitization, you talked about.
Sensitization, information is required. But the earlier we start, the better. Because a weak character, you need to empower them when they're young. So as they grow up, it becomes part of their culture. It's the way they're brought up, so that they're stronger, they're more vocal, they're able to fight for their rights, they're able to go and get what they want. So you start early. It's a cultural thing. If you start too late, they will have developed submissiveness, and by the time you remove that out of them, it's difficult. It becomes very, very difficult to achieve. So I always advocate for starting early with young girls and young boys, but even boys can be very shy. Yeah, even boys can be very shy, to the extent that you wonder whether, are you really a man? People start doubting. For a man, when a little boy who's very shy, it's more tragic, because people see boys as stronger and able to excel faster and better than the girls. But when a boy is very shy, then parents start getting worried. What's wrong with my son? So we still need to empower the boys to know that they have a role to play, and that they too need to be stronger and fight on. But they must remember that their sisters are just as stronger.
Indeed, still in the endeavor, we also have retrogressive cultural practices, and of course the COVID-19 has only added salt to the wound. And also we looking at the Nyanza region, the western, we haven't yet seen perhaps a governor who happens to be a woman. We've seen that perhaps in the Mount region and perhaps in the Rift. We will touch on that, but first of all, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. Keep it KBC.
Siku moja mosquito ilipata ujauzito, ikazaa mtoto. Sasa hiyo mama ya mosquito ikatuma mtoto mosquito iende ikapige doria, iwaje kukaa kwa nyumba. Sasa hii mtoto mosquito ikaenda ikarudi. Hii mtoto mosquito ikaambia mama yake, mama, mimi nimeenda kila mahali watu wanapigia mimi makofi, watu wamefurahiana na mimi sana. Mama, hii mosquito ikaambia mtoto yake, hao wapigi wewe makofi eti wanafurahia wewe, hiyo walikuwa wanataka kuua wewe.
Ili kupata skiza tune hiyo ya mosquito, bonyeza *811 *967#. Bonyeza *811 *967#.
Bwana Motiso, pikipiki yako ndio hii. Uko shoni yangu. Hii pikipiki ni, unakumbuka uliekelea the lowest unique bid yako ilikuwa ngapi? 18 shillings. Na unajua kuendesha hii gari? Kidogo. Haya, kitoko yako shika helmet, kifungu yako chomoka na mali yako.
Kujiunga na QuickBid ni rahisi. Enda kwenye M-Pesa, bonyeza paybill kisha weka business number 4032353. Kwenye account weka kodi ya bidhaa unayotaka na bid yako ya chini zaidi. Kwa mfano TV 16, kisha weka shilingi 20 tu kama idadi yako. Weka bid yako pia kwenye www.quickbid.co.ke. Kumbuka, bid ya chini zaidi ya kipekee ndio hununua. QuickBid, bidhaa bora kwa bei ya chini.
Kwa hivyo hii mambo tuachane nayo ama na hatujapata suluhisho.
Wewe Kituta amesema nini?
Huyu Kete anipendi tu.
Huyu matatizo ulituletea kazi gani? Awe kipochi chako
Kija kuhusu hiki. Singependa kuupoteza. Nitasononeka sana huu mkufu nikiupoteza.
Ukicheka hivyo ndio unanimaliza. Viungo vyangu na vilegeza mtoto.
What does this number mean to you? A pack leader? A winner? Or just a number? To us, it means freshness, boldness, vibrancy and heritage. That's why at KBC Channel 1, we make it easier for you to pop up your family entertainment to a fresh, exciting and colorful
Bwana Motiso, pikipiki yako ndio hii. Uko shoni yangu. Hii pikipiki ni, unakumbuka uliekelea the lowest unique bid yako ilikuwa ngapi? 18 shillings. Na unajua kuendesha hii gari? Kidogo. Haya, kitoko yako shika helmet, kifungu yako chomoka na mali yako.
Kujiunga na QuickBid ni rahisi. Enda kwenye M-Pesa, bonyeza paybill kisha weka business number 4032353. Kwenye account weka kodi ya bidhaa unayotaka na bid yako ya chini zaidi. Kwa mfano TV 16, kisha weka shilingi 20 tu kama idadi yako. Weka bid yako pia kwenye www.quickbid.co.ke. Kumbuka, bid ya chini zaidi ya kipekee ndio hununua. QuickBid, bidhaa bora kwa bei ya chini.
上门气焰上
You are still lying to me right now.
You can't stop us without good reason. Are you really not aware of who this is?
Uncle, someone has trespassed on our villa and kidnapped the vessel we created together.
This is an honor that His Majesty gave you. You can't take off your armor.
I can't meet His Majesty unless I do. I have to go in and have a word with His Majesty.
夜风伴吹散沉香，上门气焰上，抓一味当归入药汤，相思泪。
This is where it all began. As the mother of broadcasting in Kenya, you can trust KBC to bring you authentic news and programs to your living room. As KBC, we take pride in our unrivaled heritage as Kenya's trusted national broadcaster. Commanding over 92% digital television signal coverage of our country, 23 radio services that cut across our entire language spectrum, a national, regional and international digital presence backed by the most experienced and top-notch broadcast professionals in the industry.
A very good evening to you.
The new look Kenya Broadcasting Corporation is truly ahead of the pack. Turn to the mother of broadcasting in Kenya for stories that resonate with our identity, our aspirations as a people united in purpose. Real stories of hard work, of passion, of creativity, of big dreams. Stories that cement our nationhood. Stories that bring us together as one. We take pride in our shared heritage and destiny. KBC. Informing, educating and entertaining Kenyans as one nation. KBC. Kenya's listening. Kenya's watching.
Welcome back. This is KBC News Check in case you just joined us, and we are looking at women and leadership. Remember, this broadcast is live from the Broadcasting House and also on our social media platform. Of course, we welcome your comments, suggestions, questions, or even where you are watching us from. And today, I'm joined by Dr. Christine Ombaka, who is the Siaya County MP, putting into perspective some of the issues and when it comes to women and leadership in the midst of a COVID-19 pandemic. And before we had that break, Dr., we were talking about looking at Nyanza and Western. We have perhaps a huge bulk of leaders from that region that are known countrywide. We have the likes of the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. We also have the Wetangula. We also have Musalia. We also have so many leaders there. But we have women leaders from those regions who are not seeking those big seats. But we have women who have excelled in other fields. What perhaps can we do? And what exactly is happening? We are not seeing them up there or following up. They just fizzle out.
It's unfortunate because Nyanza is where women have excelled politically. In the early 60s, 1969, the first woman mayor was Grace Onyango. Grace Onyango was the first mayor, the female mayor in this country. And so that is where women in politics started. After that, we had Phoebe Asio, we have Grace Ogot. And they were known nationally. They performed well. That is where you also have women like Lady Justice Aloch. That's where you have Orie Rogo Manduli, the first woman who drove the East African Safari Rally. That's where you have Conjestina Achieng, again, the first woman who was in the boxing.
Yes.
So really, when you talk about women in leadership from Nyanza, you will get them.
Yes.
So, but when it comes to politics, they fizzle out. They're not there. They kind of disappear. I believe that politics is too expensive for women. Maybe it is too expensive, but maybe more women want other things, appointive positions or something like that. It's difficult to know what has happened to Nyanza women, but Nyanza women can perform and they have been there. But somehow there is some weakness developing where we do not see them anymore. Yeah, so I think that when it comes to politics, I will still say that politics is a very challenging position. It is violent, it's too expensive, it is over-demanding, and it is not a very easy position for more women from Nyanza. But I still believe that there are more women who want to join it. Right now, I know young women are coming up. They want to be MCS. they want to be MPs. They want to be appointed. In fact, in last election, 2017, there was a woman who wanted to become the senator. She tried to run, but she didn't make it. But I think when it comes to politics, we still need sensitization. We need to empower women. We need to talk to them. We need to encourage them to go into politics, because politics will open many doors for success and for more development.
Are we in line perhaps to see a woman contesting for presidency in 2022? And also, if at all the BBI is actualized, we'll have 5 positions, the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister.
Right.
Are we likely to see that? And what more can be done to empower them to go for the top seat?
Yes. First, let's see what more can be done. What can be done is sensitization, encouragement. Mentorship programs should continue. Training in leadership must continue, so that we have a whole world of women who are actually interested in joining leadership positions, and especially the top level, so that women are just not within the lower cadre of politics. We want women to aim higher and become governors, to become senators, to become president and deputy president. And if BBI passes, there will be a position for prime minister, even that. And there will be other positions such as deputy prime minister. There will be 5 big positions. Out of these 5, Kenya is a gender sensitive country. I believe the 5 positions, 1 woman or 2 will be there. 1 woman or 2 will be there. And so I expect that should BBI go through, more women will get positions. Even the position of governor should be part of what we aim for. There was a suggestion that when a man becomes a governor, then his number 2, his vice, becomes the woman, or the other way around, or vice versa. Somehow that was shut down. And so within BBI, it is up to the governor to decide to choose the opposite gender in the position of deputy. So it's kind of weakened. But if it was a law that must be executed, then it would be wonderful to know that a woman governor chooses a man to be her deputy.
Okay, let's focus on retrogressive cultural practices. Looking at FGM, we had an incident in Murang'a a couple of days that was really condemned. We also have, looking at, and also in my county, that the FGM is still rampant.
Right.
And also looking at Nyanza and Western, we also have the wife inheritance and other cultures. We have early marriages in some of the counties.
Right, right.
And we do expect these young women to also be leaders.
Well, all African communities do have 1 or 2 harmful cultural practices. Some communities in Kenya still practice what do you call it?
FGM.
FGM.
Yes.
FGM is practiced in this country by certain communities. Others are beginning to drop it, but there's a lot of education going on and sensitizing the public against FGM, because it's not just a physical harm, but it also has a lot of emotional and social harm. People really cannot tolerate it anymore. Then we also have early marriage, which is also common in many communities. In my community, early marriage is very high. Yeah, but it's condemned in many ways, but it is still there. There is also wife inheritance, and we know with HIV and AIDS that becomes a challenge. And so we are talking about many cultural practices that are across this country, starting from FGM to early marriage and to wife inheritance.
Yes.
And also gender-based violence is part of it, because when your husband dies, you find your family, the in-laws, also come and grab your property.
Yes.
Some of those are harmful.
Yes,
you cannot
yes.
go on with them. So those are the kind of issues that we are raising, and I wish we could have.
And before you continue with that, do we need perhaps you've talked about sensitization, and looking at also education and what all other people are doing in counties is not exactly strengthening that, because looking at education, we have a lot of women here in the pandemic that actually young women who have dropped out of school. We have others who have actually been married off. The economy has hit so hard that some have actually opted to get married so as to kind of bring some food in the table and to have a sense of family. And that these are the same people that we want to be the leaders of tomorrow. Perhaps you think a lot needs to be done on that?
Yes, a lot needs to be done, because with COVID has opened up not a chance, it has created an environment of poverty, because parents have lost jobs, businesses have collapsed, and therefore children cannot go to school because parents cannot afford to pay their school fees. And so when a situation like that emerges, then the girls begin to go out to look for how to survive. How to survive is seen to be marriage. And so they rush to get married because they think that in marriage they will have some safer haven where they can eat. They can now have food on their table. They can also help their parents. So early marriage becomes a consequence of the effect of COVID-19. And that is a terrible state of affairs, because young girls below 18 are getting married and becoming mothers, and therefore not completing their education. So we are actually getting a situation where we are going to recycle poverty over poverty, ignorance over ignorance, because who is going to school then? Young girls are dropping out, young boys are dropping out, parents don't have money, and so we are running into marriage to think that it is the only solution we have. I think we have to work very hard to ensure that COVID-19 is dealt with. That is also another aspect. How do we deal with it? How do we deal with this disease that seems to be growing every single day? I think the government should now come in to do something. And I think we need to be sensitized that we should go for checkups. Then we should also receive the injection that we do get.
The vaccine.
The vaccine should be there. It should be made available, and people should be encouraged to go for it. In some foreign countries, I was just reading the other day, most people have been vaccinated. And so people are now freer, walking about and doing their businesses.
Actually, in Israel, it's at 60%.
Yes.
Away from that,
yes,
let's look at the affirmative action.
Yes.
And it has brought about so many seats, and especially women have really benefited from that. What's your take? And do you feel that we need, in a run-up to the 2022, we want to see more women, perhaps, or do we fight it out?
Yeah, we want to see more women in politics in 2022, in all positions. It's not just county MPs, because there is this idea that women cannot run for other position other than the woman, the county MP. It's been allocated to women, yes, but now women should go for presidency, deputy one. Because we don't know about BBI, we cannot talk about it, but we need to go for governorship, we need to go for Senate, we need to go for county MP, MCA as well. The more we spread out in these positions, the better for us, so that we are not just glued in one small slot and then lose out on others where men are. For example, in Siaya, where I come from, I'm the woman rep, or the county MP. The rest are men. Governor is a man, deputy is a man. 6 constituencies are all men. So there's no woman. At least we need 2-3 women. We have 6 constituencies. If 3 women can take some constituencies and another 3 men take constituencies, that would be great. We have 30 wards. Only 4 women are elected MCAs. We need more women again. And so in my county, I would advocate for more women running for all these positions that we have and winning them. But I also want to take this position to tell the men, support women morally, emotionally, Even financially, there's nothing wrong. Men who are gender sensitive will support their wives, will support their relatives who are women to go in for this. So that is the message that we need to pass, that it is not easy for just one single person to run for a position on her own. She needs support from her family, her friends, and these include men and women. So I expect men to support women instead of calling women names. And some women don't like politics because they feel that they're abused all the time.
Okay, and still mentioning that in counties, as we wind up, in counties we've seen most positions, when we come to MCAs, the nomination slots have to be, a lot have to be women, because we are trying to actually do the 2/3, and of course a lot are not elected. And remember, women are the majority voters. Should we change that mentality when we go to the polls as we wind up?
We need to change that mentality, because first of all, voters are women. Women are more than men, and the women tend to vote, but the women vote for men more than they vote for women. And the women who stand or who run for various positions are also not as many. So you may get, like Siaya now, we have only 4 who have been elected in 2017. In 2013 there was only 1, but there's an improvement now, we have 4. But I expect that 2022 we shall have more women as MCAs, more women as MPs, and more women as senators and all that. But so far I've seen people beginning to run for governorship in Siaya. Out of the ones that I know are running, there's no single woman. I know that there are 4 who have declared their interest, but they are men. There's no single woman who has declared her interest in gubernatorial position.
Perhaps you can be the
well,
one?
let me think about it. Let me think about it. But there are no women so far. I've only seen one woman trying to run, or she has declared interest as a member of parliament. Yeah, but that's 1 out of 6 positions that we have, only 1. I have
only
not had
one, and we have 6 constituencies.
Only
we also have a
one,
governor.
yeah.
Your final ones, kindly.
My final one is just still women in leadership. I expect more women to run for various positions, and I expect more women in gubernatorial positions. We have 47 governors. At least we are the voters. We are the majority of voters. I expect at least 15 governors coming from the women folk. The rest can be men. They will start off, and women will begin to see them as role models, and more will come up. So far we only have 2. We had 3, Madam Ngilu, Anne Waiguru, and the late what's her name? Yeah, so we had 3, but now we have 2. But these 2 have been very, very powerful. We have seen them as role model. We really admire them for the position they've held, and we want to emulate what they do. So I would wish that all women in 2022 will be considered in the first 5 positions if BBI sails through. But even if it doesn't, then if the president is a male, let him choose a woman as his vice. If the president is a woman, let her choose a man as her vice. So that should follow in all positions where there is a vice. Yeah, gender-based balancing is good. Equality is important. These are virtues that we have in the Constitution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much indeed. Powerful words. Women seize the opportunities. They don't wait for affirmative action or wait for nomination slots. I have been speaking to Dr. Christine Ombaka, who is the Siaya County MP, putting into perspectives matters women and leadership, and in the light of COVID-19. And talk about COVID-19 in our second hour, we'll be looking at what the government talked about some couple of weeks and couple of months ago, is that we should be expecting the fourth wave of COVID-19 infections in the country, talking about a surge in the cases, and especially now that we are in the cold month of July. Well, I'll be joined by two gentlemen, one from KUCO, that is the Kenya Union of Clinical Officers, and another one from the Kenya National Union of Nurses, to see how well we are prepared as counties. Remember, around 13 counties have been declared COVID-19 hotspots. That is the live discussion that we'll be having in the second hour. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. Thank you.
Be sure, check out for a KDIC sticker in your banking hall. KDIC, protecting your deposits.
Get the VIP access to the best shows on KBC Channel 1. We have something different, something special to spice you up. Get ready for new, exciting and captivating dramas. Movies.
I love the smell.
Comedy.
I went to the Popos. Huh?
Drama.
Will he assault the Queen in my house, in my presence?
News, sports, and so much more. Do the things that make you happy on KBC Channel 1.
Bwana Motiso, pikipiki yako ndio hii. Ukoshoni yangu. Hii pikipiki ni, unakumbuka uniekelea the lowest unique bid yako ilikuwa ngapi? 18 shillings. Na unajua kuendesha hii gari? Kidogo. Haya, kitoko yako shika helmet, kifungu yako, chomoka na mali yako.
Kujiunga na QuickBid ni rahisi. Enda kwenye M-Pesa, bonyeza paybill, kisha weka business number 4032353. Kwenye account, weka kodi ya bidhaa unayotaka na bidi yako ya chini zaidi. Kwa mfano, TV 16. Kisha weka shilingi 20 tu kama idadi yako. Weka bidi yako pia kwenye www.quickbid.co.ke. Kumbuka, bidi ya chini zaidi ya kipekee ndio hununua. QuickBid, bidhaa bora kwa bei ya chini.
This is where it all began. As the mother of broadcasting in Kenya, you can trust KBC to bring you authentic news and programs to your living room.
Action!
As KBC, we take pride in our unrivaled heritage as Kenya's trusted national broadcaster. Commanding over 92% digital television signal coverage of our country, 23 radio services that cut across our entire language spectrum,
Hapa ndio makao makuu ya burudani.
a national, regional and international digital presence backed by the most experienced and top-notch broadcast professionals in the industry.
A very good evening to you.
The new look Kenya Broadcasting Corporation is truly ahead of the pack. Turn to the mother of broadcasting in Kenya for stories that resonate with our identity, our aspirations as a people united in purpose. Real stories of hard work, of passion, of creativity, of big dreams. Stories that cement our nationhood. Stories that bring us together as one. We take pride in our shared heritage and destiny. KBC. Informing, educating, and entertaining Kenyans as one nation. KBC. Kenya's listening. Kenya's watching.
夜远风伴吹散沉香，香满青烟上。
You are still lying to me right now.
You can't stop us without good reason. Are you really not aware of who this is?
Uncle, someone has trespassed on our villa and kidnapped the vessel we created together.
This is an honor that His Majesty gave you. You can't take off your armor.
I can't meet His Majesty unless I do. I have to go in. and have a word with His Majesty.
夜风伴吹散沉香，将门轻掩上，抓一位当归入药汤。
Seeing her first, she was standing in the club all alone. Lonely streets we tread together, singing songs. She has a good heart, and I never.
Shooter, are you ready?
This week on Zurura, boys and their toys.
Tunaenda out of town.
Get to learn the benefits and beauty of running your own home garden.
That is so cool and pretty.
Demystifying fishing as an elitist sport and something anyone can do, including you.
So, shake, move. Yeah.
Woo! That's all coming right up on Zurura. Find your adventure, only on KBC.
Nisame, ulipokosa nkusame, na maisha yaendelee.
Mimi nakumbuka singo yangu ya kwanza kabisa.
Nimekufungua kidogo. Ongea.
Nilipoipata ile singo, nilipewa diski hii.
Ndio.
Sasa kizungumkuti kikaanzia hapo.
Ujue ende wapi?
Niende wapi? Nilipiga maraundi hili jiji.
Inakuaje bana, ulikuwa umeenda chini ya maji kakangu?
Unajua ni zile mishemishe, naingia kwa muziki alafu lazima angalie industry jinsi kwa zinavyoenda.
Mano sipocheki ukizidi takuwa noma. Nawe DJ ongeza ngoma paka inogewe. Nawe DJ ongeza ngoma paka inogewe. Nawe DJ ongeza ngoma paka inogewe.
Sasa kuna shughuli yote ambayo inaendelea hadi Dengo atakaposafiri tena.
Basi ni pesa zako. Fanya kazi yako ofisini. Msijiletelete kwa compound yangu tena mwajifungia ndani ya magari usiku na watafua nyote wawili. Nipishe.
Lakini Kate, wewe unajua umuhimu wa ndoa.
My house is off limits. Tumeelewana? Wewe alinikosa nafaka wake. Sasa amekutuma wewe mtoto wa dadangu uje unimalize, si ndio?
Mkanye mke wako. Mkanye mke wako sana. Mimi si lake wala tushani kimaisha.
Kuna kijana mmoja hapo Mangeti. What is he saying?
Relax though, relax.
Hey. Mkiingia hapa kwenye koti hapana kushikana.
Hey, cool down, man.
Mlijuana na yeye at what time?
Mtoto amekaa 10 yote.
You see, you don't even know.
Kijui?
Yes, because you are a Tom and Jerry.
Nimekutison. I don't know you anymore.
Nani nilisomesha wewe kuanzia primary?
Ilikuwa Harambee.
Secondary.
Harambee.
Natoa ngoja mimi na laani hiki dada.
Wewe
mzee. Wacha mimi sawa.
Wacha mzee, wacha
kutoa nguo.
Mtume anasema kullu ummatin yadkhuluna aljanna illa man aba, kila watu wa umma yangu wote watakuwa ni kuingizwa katika janna isipokuwa wale ambao kwamba watakayokataa.
Muislamu ana mambo ambayo anapaswa kutekeleza katika miezi hii minne ambayo ni mitukufu. Mojawapo ikiwa ni kushikamana na swala. Pili, kukithirisha kumkumbuka Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala ama kutekeleza adhkar.
Welcome back. This is indeed News Check, and as I had alluded to earlier, is that this second hour we are looking at the COVID preparedness in counties. Reason being, the ministry and the government did talk about we expecting the fourth wave of the COVID-19 infections in the country, and they talked about mid-July. And talking about mid-July, you witnessed that today it's quite cold and chilly, so we have decided to focus on that. Remember also, we also have the Delta variant of the COVID-19 strain right here in the country, and also around 13 counties have been declared COVID hotspots, and especially in the Western and Nyanza region. And to help me drive this motion, I have two gentlemen on my immediate left. We have KUCO Secretary General, that is the Kenya Union of Clinical Officers, George Gibore. Karibu sana, George.
Thank you very much.
And as usual, it's always a pleasure having you. Yeah. And we also have Boaz Onchari, who is the Nairobi branch Kenya National Union of Nurses Secretary. Karibu sana, Boaz.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, different organizations, but for the same common welfare, health in the country. 13 counties have been declared COVID hotspot. What is the current situation? George.
Ben, thank you for that question, and think that is a very important question.
And especially when it comes to your officers, right?
Yes, yes. What is happening in the country? We must be able to understand that since COVID started, we had 1 year, and then we were able to take some stock, and then we are beyond 1 year. And we need to look at it that we had a lot of challenge when COVID set in, and whether we have improved on that. Mm-hmm. You know, this is a scenario where the country need to continue actually be able to focus on keeping research on time on and ensuring that we are doing the monitoring every time, and probably we come down and say, okay, this is what we have come up, and how do we improve from this? Let me say that the 13 counties that we are having being pronounced as COVID hotspot, it is very true that what is happening there is not good, and making worse, like going by what I saw yesterday, it is good to say that it is very bad. Like I saw Bungoma is second in terms of the infection, or rather the positive rate, compared
as
to other
yesterday.
County. Yes. And all the healthcare workers are on strike. Reason, they have not been paid for more than 2 months.
And perhaps we can we can have a look at the statistics, the latest statistics. We expect newer today, but latest yesterday.
Yes.
This is how the COVID-19 statistics looked like. Mugo, if you can get that. We have total confirmed cases, of course, 186, new cases 185, sample size of 2,047. That is also something that we are going to be touching. More than a year since we started testing COVID-19, the sample size is still quite little. It's around 12%.
Yes.
And number of confirmed deaths, perhaps, Mugo, if we can get that
15,
as well.
I believe so.
Yeah, new deaths 15. Total fatalities 3,690. Of course, we will touch on what the ministry talked about, around 500. We're expecting 500, but let's cross those bridges when we get there. Are you perhaps optimistic on the number of recoveries that we are having?
Yeah, we are hopeful, and we thank God that we have been having a high recovery in this country. But also, when you look that we are doing more than 10 deaths as per percentage, including whether percentage or even 7 days percentage weekly, and also individual day rest. So that's still very high, and is something to worry. And I think you had asked about the 13 country. Maybe if I may finish my thought.
Yes, please.
That I have been visiting those areas, and I happen to come from those areas. I must say that the government has not been able to put the right strategy in place, including sensitization of the healthcare workers. A number of healthcare workers are still mismanaging the COVID patient because they have not been sensitized. And the reason which I'm saying this is because I have had at least an experience where some of my relatives have been mismanaged. People managed for malaria, and the people are being managed mismanaged, also being managed for pneumonia, and yet it is pure COVID. And some of them, and I need to say sorry, I lost one of the my relative because of the same, and one of them we are able to salvage because of getting the information early. And this is what is happening in the counties, and those countries, you must mark that the number of testing that are being done is very little. It does not actually amount to the true picture what is happening in those counties. And remember that the country has already dropped the issues of following up.
Yeah, the contact tracing. We will touch on that a bit, but let me give Boaz a chance to also give us the picture. You have a lot of nurses, of course, in the 13 counties. What is the current situation since they were declared COVID-19 hotspots?
Thank you, Ben. I want to start by saying that, as my colleague has alluded to it, actually the situation is wanting. When you hear of 13 counties being mentioned to be hotspots, that means that the nurses in those counties, we are talking of more than 5,000 plus nurses. Now, since the 3rd of March, or rather around of last year, when COVID first struck into our country, I remember we were on this same station telling the government that we should start preparing ourselves, and we should start by sensitizing the healthcare workers, educating them on how we should be handling the issue of COVID. But it's like it was in a panic mode, and everyone never knew what was to happen. But as time went, then we knew new information was coming in and new ideas were coming on how to tackle it. But the government was, it's like it was still reluctant in terms of giving the information and giving more educative measures in terms of how we are going to combat the COVID issue. Now we are here. The country was locked at some point. Then we were about to bring the curve down. Then the country reopened, and again now we're seeing counties being locked again. Our nurses are being affected in that they also reside in those counties, despite the fact that now they are the first in the last line of defense. They are equally affected. Number one, they are Kenyans, like any other Kenyan who is residing in that county. They are the ones who are being depended on to give this essential service that the government is not actually equipping them. Since we started discussing on this issue, in those counties, how many ICU beds do we have? You can actually count them. We're still having referrals all the way to Nairobi. So when will we learn that we need to prepare, we need to equip our facilities, we need to motivate our healthcare workers? You've heard, if one of the counties that is under lockdown, the health workers are on strike. They are on strike not because they are overwhelmed by the work that is there. They are on strike because their basic needs, their salaries for the last 2 months have not been paid. How do you want these workers to go to those facilities and offer that essential service when they are not able to cater for their needs?
A big challenge. Perhaps you can go to of course, the contact tracing nowadays is unheard of. But looking at the number of people that are being tested in a single day, we are talking about 2,000. Like yesterday, it was 2,000. We have 13 counties who have been declared hotspots. But the largest chunk of the testing is done right here in the capital, Nairobi. Should we be refocusing our energies in the counties, George? And of course, 2,000 in a population of around 50 million Kenyans a day, I'm quite sure it's quite a drop in the ocean.
True to that statement, Ben, and of course what you have said is the worry, like for the 13 counties, most of them, they are depending in where the majority of the tests in the Nyanza region are being done in Kisumu, and including the Western. So, however, we need to get to know that currently we are doing also away from the main test that was being used. There are other tests that are being the rabbit tests that are being used. But still the counties are not able to do that, and which should be a big worry, because that is how we should have been able to ensure that there is enough tests which are being done for purpose of raising the suspicion. And why I'm talking about that, the COVID situation, for those who are within that range which they are affected mostly, once you do an early suspension, then you can be able to salvage the situation. Once you delay detecting the disease, then you push this patient to the edge. So that's to mean we are likely to lose such a patient, and that's why we are saying the challenges that we have are directly issues that we'll have learned after 1 year, and then ensure that we are metamorphosizing to a manner that we are able to look like we are organized to address the issues. And when you look at it, that we still have a worry of the numbers that we are talking about, what we are able to test. It is unfortunate that we still come to announce, you see the CS and the PS and all those CAS announcing the 2000 result, yet they came out in the second month of the inception of this disease. They said that they have a capacity of testing 30,000. It is a shame that we still continue doing less than 5,000, and still we continue being proud of what we are doing, and you continue politicizing. Let me call on, actually, like what we saw in Nyanza is purely after political activity in the Nyanza region, where even I know that like the Homa Bay CC was also infected while he was participating in this. We can allude to that because it was some few days when he was tested positive after that activity. There is some bad manners of the politician who continue to hype the country. You will see they have big meetings, then they come to lock down several counties when people are suffering to get something on the table. It is very painful, and the people who are suffering are the clinical officer and the other healthcare workers. They are pushed to continue working. That this country, since the time then, and of course as you ask my friend here to explain, we still tussling with the issues of even funding for our own healthcare worker, our own members when they get infected. That the country announced last year around June that they were to provide for comprehensive medical cover, which has never happened. This matter was taken to court. It has never happened. We are still actually fundraising to cater for the medical bills of our members. When we come and hypnotize the country with the politics and these meetings, then when the infection comes in, like now we are anticipating the fourth wave, which we can vehemently announce that indeed we are actually in the fourth wave, because we are doing, if you see consistently since May, we are doing about 5. There is nothing that actually can deny us pronouncing that indeed we are in the fourth wave. And if you look at the death rate daily and of course weekly, you get to understand that indeed we are doing very high comparing to even the previous month, previous waves, whereby we need to announce that indeed we are in the fourth wave. I do not know whether we wait for renowned people to die, then we announce we are in a fourth wave, or what is it? Because once we do that, we sensitize people. We ensure that we keep the focus. You have seen that when they keep quiet, they shift the priority away from what is supposed to be. Now everyone is about politics, everyone is about PPI, and no one is speaking about now the wave and the COVID. More specifically, engaging how we have been able to lose a huge amount of money in the time where the money was intended actually to assist to build the capacity in the health system, health service delivery.
Indeed. And perhaps to you, Boaz, looking at the second, when we were in the second wave, we used to come for so many pressers by KUKO and Kenya National Union of Nurses talking about the government should or it hasn't. How has the situation been now that we are headed, or we are anticipating the fourth wave? Has the situation changed?
You know, Ben, we as the healthcare workers and specifically nurses, and even clinic officers, we've been in the front line, even in actually calling upon the relevant institutions to ensure that appropriate measures are put in place, even as we fight this monster. The situation has not changed. By the virtue that we are silent and we are dying silently. The healthcare workers are dying silently. That is why even the number of the cases of depression amongst the healthcare workers is on the rise. Doctors, nurses, clinic officers are killing themselves in their parking lots in their cars. These are some of the issues that contribute to such. You are in an environment that you are faced with a challenge. You are forced to work under difficult circumstances, and then you are expected to deliver. Go to KBC Teaching and Referral Hospital. KBC is under lockdown, but where is the testing done? A client is taken there for a COVID test, he or she is referred to Lancet. How many will afford? The issue of contact tracing, it had a natural death. So where are we headed to? These are the things that when the government we were telling the government that even as we move, we are ready to move with you because now we are the soldiers. But if this soldier is not well equipped, the institutions are not well equipped, then even if we were to be the second gods, there is little that we can do.
Okay, let's shift focus to the vaccination exercise that is currently underway. And there has been calls for the government to allow private companies or individuals to also bring in the vaccines so that we may be able to fortify what government is actually doing. George, do you support that as a union? Because looking at if the vaccination just keep on, we have very few vaccination, less than 10% of the population is vaccinated in Kenya, and we are headed towards the 2020 politics. Let's even talk about politics, let alone the election themselves. George.
Yeah, to be right is to put that into context is that we have done 1.2% of the forecast population. It's not actually the total population because we have people who we are targeting for vaccination.
Yes.
So if you look at that, we have close to around 1.2 who have taken the first jab. We have now 400 and close to 50 who have taken the second jab. That is the full course of the jab. Now that is to mean that we started this on 5th March. 5th March, we have been able to do this. If you take a percentage, we are actually doing close to, is it 10,000? 10,000 daily. Now, there is a projection by the president that we want to ensure that we have close to 24 million Kenyan vaccinated by June next year. Now, what miracle is it likely to happen is what I don't know, or what mechanism the government is trying or rather to bring on forth so that we can be able to keep the strategy. Now look at it. When we came, we said we need to focus on the healthcare workers. Up to date, a number of around 56% of the healthcare workers are the only one who have taken the first jab. Only close to around 15% who have now taken the full course of the jab. So it is a big worry. Now, it is worldwide that the vaccination is not enough and every country is struggling. But indeed, we have to be the country that is learning. Now look at our recent budgetary allocation. We have only done 3.2% of the total budget allocation versus what we have actually put into books, where we are a signatory to the Abuja Declaration, where we are supposed to put 15%. I expected during this pandemic that the government was to focus fully on the issues of health, especially when the pandemic is there, and the focus of the government in their 4 agenda, one of it is the universal health coverage. You can only achieve this by maximizing the allocation or other resources in the health sector, so that we can be able to plan to move from curative to preventive. which is the fundamental key in the countries that have been able to focus on primary health care, more specifically the UHC. Now, let me come back to that issue of vaccination. It is very true that the AstraZeneca might not be able to assist us. You know, Sputnik, when it came to this country, there was a lot of political discussion around it and hence stopping it. You allow something, but you say, we had said that it cannot be used, it cannot, the injection cannot be given outside the gazetted facility by KBC. You're not talking about safety, because you need to be scientific if you have to disapprove a vaccine. There was nothing raised scientifically. So to such an extent, if you look at the US, where now they are doing very well in terms of vaccination, they open up. You will find AstraZeneca is there, Pfizer is there, Moderna is there, and many other vaccination. Indeed, the country, the US, were able to approve many vaccination beyond even the WHO, and which has now built the capacity to ensure that you are giving, you are concentrating to ensure that you can be able to achieve more than 60% of the population, so that now you can say you are creating a herd immune for the members, for the country. Now, where we are as a country, I can vehemently say that we are in a conundrum that we cannot be able to catapult out of it, or rather move out of it, if we don't prepare. We don't prepare because we seemingly have people who are actually managing a crisis from the boardroom. They do not understand what the healthcare workers are going through. They do not understand how we need to change to adapt to the situation. For instance, the gazetted centers, or rather satellite, where they were supposed to give vaccination, you'll find that people were moving more than 50 kilometers to come and get this vaccination. As little as they were. This is not supposed to be, because most of the government facilities, starting from the lower facility up to the highest, they have the capacity to give any other vaccine. That is to mean they can still be able to keep well this vaccination, including for the COVID, and issue them out. Why do you transfer the cost to the patient? And including when there is announcement and people are being sent message to come for the second vaccine, you find people coming more than expected, more than the vaccine which is available. They go home without, and they have traveled. And again, they come actually like it's a meeting. They are coming to congregate there, versus the advisory, where we are not supposed to congregate. We have had instances where members of the community have tested positive after the inoculation. That's to mean there is a possibility these people got infected while at the center of vaccination. So there is a worry. We need to ensure that there are things we need to do. Like that is a proposal. Like,
but do you support that private institutions and perhaps hospitals, private individuals?
I do not go down on that, because other countries, that's what they have been able to do to move forward. For instance, I need to say that it is us to invest to build the capacity to be able to approve the vaccination that can be able to assist our people. If we don't do that, we wait up on the WHO or any other country to do it on our behalf, then we will never have enough.
Boaz, do you support that? And looking at the 13 counties, we are talking about the Delta vaccine that has been, of course, ravaging a lot of countries, and we have the Delta vaccine right here in the country, 13 counties, and looking at the sensitization that George was talking about, has been quite wanting, as he put it. Would you support that?
Then from the word go, I want to say that I support. The reason as to why I say support is, number one, what are our projections? If we said that by next year we want to have vaccinated around 24 million people, and then as at now, what are our statistics? So if you look at the deficit, are we able to have met the target by next year? The answer is no. Why? We have a limited number of vaccines based on what the government approved, that, and again versus what the criteria in which it is being administered. Look at the political rallies they're having. What is the largest number of the attendees? They are not the 50s, the aged ones at home. They are the 20s, the 30s, that are not within our bracket as per what
target vaccination are. Yes.
So when you look at other countries, yes, they have given priorities to the aged group and to the healthcare workers, but they have also targeted this active group that is moving from one point to another. These people who are traveling, today at any travel point, one of the criteria you have to meet is you have to be vaccinated. So if you are in this country, you want to move to another country, you are not within the targeted group that we are vaccinating as at now, what happens? You go to a facility, you are told you are not eligible, yet you have to meet other obligations somewhere. So as it is, those are some of the reasons as to why for me I could recommend, so that a larger group is able to get. The number two, it will also ease the burden from the government side in terms of who are we targeting. If we are targeting the people that we know that are in a position to get, and yet they are able to access through the private institutions, then at least we'll create some for those who cannot access the private institutions to get it from the public institutions. But all in all, let the government put up measures to ensure that we have enough vaccine for our population in this country to get vaccinated, and at least create that immunity as we fight this pandemic.
And still on the same boards, community spread, and especially in those 13 counties, is quite rampant. Yes. Looking at when Nairobi several times has been declared a hotspot, Nairobi, Kiambu, Machakos, we have better resources, we have better hospitals, we have more testing capacity. And now looking at the 13 counties, what more could be done perhaps in terms of to stop the community spread and sensitize more, even people, as Boaz had put it? You find that you may go somewhere and you be treated for something entirely different, and perhaps you end up spreading the virus right there.
You know, Ben, to combat this virus, number one, we need to invest in human resource. Investing in human resource in terms of being resourceful, as in terms of managing, knowing this is pneumonia, this is malaria, COVID is coming. How is pneumonia, or how is COVID related to pneumonia? What are the symptoms that I need to look into past the symptoms that are pneumonia? That is what even my brother said, that it is true. A client comes, is treated for pneumonia, 2-3 days after being in the ward interacting with others, then you realize, it could be now, let us go for a test. So if we invest in the human resource in terms of we equip the healthcare workers with knowledge, we equip the institutions, we up the issue of testing, we are in a position to have a real picture on what is happening. Even if we say that let us equip our institutions with the ICU, yet we are not sensitizing the public and the healthcare workers on the basic things that they're supposed to do so that we prevent. We can be having those ICUs, but then the numbers will be overwhelming, and then those ICUs will not be helpful to others.
We nip it from the back.
We need it from the ground. Let the government invest in human resource, employ more healthcare workers, open up institutions so that we are able, these healthcare workers, once they get this, they're educated, they go to the peripheries, able to sensitize the community, okay? And then from there, we are in a position to streamline now the health system and project on where we are headed to. But doing it blindly, today you're just coming and telling, if you tell me that out of the 2,000 tests, 100 were from Nairobi, yet the counties that are locked are not projecting any numbers, then any layman person will ask as to why are you closing Kisii when Nairobi is still getting the high numbers?
Yes.
This is because, number one, our testing capability as it is not accurate, as in terms, the numbers that are coming up are not the actual numbers that are being reported. The capacity of testing is low. Tell me of any institution within the Nairobi, the public institution, that is doing a COVID test. Maybe probably Mama Lucy. How many people are going to Mama Lucy to get tested? How many kits are being supplied to Mama Lucy? Nairobi being a metropolitan, during the day, it is estimated that we have maybe 3 million people during the day, and during the night we have 2 million. We have one testing center. Our facilities are not up to the standards required to cater for all these cases. So these are some of the fundamental issues that need to be tackled for us to have a clear roadmap and a picture on where we are headed to. Above all, let the community take up the simple precautions. Hand washing, wear your mask, social distance. Of course, you've seen social distance has become, it is a challenge, but washing hands, sanitizing, and putting on a mask are the basic things that we should be insisting on even as we face this monster.
And before, George, we tackle what we should be doing as Kenyans as we anticipate the fourth wave and the Delta. I hear the Delta strain is more infectious than the other strains. He has talked about the sensitization, and it's something that you had also touched on. Do you believe perhaps it can be able to assist, and especially in the world where COVID-19 has been declared a hotspot, so that we may avoid the 13 counties being 26 or even 47 counties?
Ben, thank you for that question, and I need to say that we need to call out the disingenuity of the government leaders who are in position to make a decision and to make things happen. Let me start from where he started about the human resources, why we need to invest in the human resources. When COVID set in, government employed healthcare workers on contract, paying them peanuts. And up to date, and as we talk, I mentioned number of counties. We have these people who have never been paid for over 6 months. We have Kajiado here, we have Taita Taveta, we have Vihiga, we have also Bungoma now, and a number of them. Now, 6 months have not been paid. The other category were those who were given 1 year. The 1 year contract expired. Remember, they were to build capacity because we didn't have enough, so that we can be able to effectively address the issues. And this is because we came up with the policies to govern and guide on how to address the issues of COVID, including when one of us in a health center tests positive, because we said we will be testing regularly our healthcare workers, which is not happening. But unfortunately, when some of us feel that I'm feeling I could be infected and you test positive, you are supposed to actually to evacuate the whole lot, so that you bring a new one to come and serve the patient, because the people who come to seek our services are already vulnerable. But because we are not doing contact tracing, the healthcare workers are forced to continue working even when they test positive, provided they do not demonstrate any severity in terms of symptoms. That is pathetic against the policies. We have clear policies, and I invite the media to look at the policies that the government came with, including how do we need to ensure that the facilities are running. Remember the first time we had even to close down Angara Health Center, because one of the healthcare workers tested. That is the time when we were able to follow what we provided for ourselves. Now, because that one doesn't matter anymore, and remember, it has never been changed. It's considered because we were trying to adopt what other places which are actually doing it better were doing. Now that is not happening, because in any case you do not have anyone who will continue working when you call people to go, or rather put people under isolation for purpose of testing positive. So that is pathetic. Now the other thing which contributed now to anxiety, which has built among the psychological effect that he was talking about among the healthcare workers. Now remember, these healthcare workers go home to their people every day. There is no one who, because the frequent test for healthcare workers was intended that to sensitize you to continue protecting your people at home.
Yes.
Now when that one doesn't happen, you put everyone, patient, the community, because we use public means coming and going back to work,
and of course our own family, we put them at risk. Now when you talk about how it has been able, and of course what I was talking about, the disingenuity, is that we have strategy with the clear projected budget on what should help us implement 1, 2, 3. But implementation become a problem. And of course, when such an issue happen, there is a breakdown, or rather breakdown in terms of managing the pandemic. Now we continue holding on what doesn't actually add value. Like the regular announcement of cases, new cases, I can assure you today, none of the Kenyan want to hear about it, because in any case, it doesn't make any sense.
So from the second wave to where we are as now,
yes,
how would you perhaps rate government efforts? Because of course the government has taken full control of the COVID situation.
Let me, if I was to rate,
yes,
purely to answer your question, from the second phase to the third wave, I can assure you, we moved probably from let me say 4 out of 10 to when we were managing the third wave, we were doing around 6%. As currently where we are, actually we are doing less than 3%. We are doing less than 3%, because I'm talking about concentrating on the human resource, because there was a committee, a task force committee that was put in place that was working on the issues of healthcare workers to ensure that we are able to look into their issues, including the provision where we had agreed they be given a comprehensive medical cover. For instance, of anyone who is infected should not go into their pocket. That one was also left hanging. The president came up with a measure to actually even waive taxation on healthcare workers. But later on, what happened? It came back and even took it more. Took it higher. So, and you get to understand that majority of Kenyans have lost their job. So what happened is that dependents are more. If you had people who were at work and they have been fired, and you are the only one who is now working, those dependents come back to you. So that you cause more strain to the healthcare workers and the healthcare system. So what we are trying to say, Ben, the only way to ensure that we tackle a pandemic is by doing the known. The known is ensuring that we work to purchase enough vaccination, to vaccine enough, more than 6% of the targeted population, so that we are able to achieve the herd immune. Then that is the first one. And remember, we cannot do it alone. And I have heard the US president talking about the same. They cannot be safe until the whole world is safe, and of course the WHO president. And also, when you do the immunization, it is not a replacement of any other containment measure, including ensuring that we are using masks. Because for those who have taken the full course of vaccine, probably they are misbehaving because they think they are safe. They could be safe, but there is no scientific proof that you cannot pass the infection to the other people, or you cannot be infected, or even a new strain cannot kill you. There is no scientific proof about that.
Yes, and perhaps to dig into that, Boaz, what more can Kenyans? Let's now shift focus to us as Kenyans. I mean, we are talking about the fourth wave, anticipating the fourth wave. We are also looking at, of course, the vaccination, not only in Kenya, in other countries is quite slow, other than the most developed countries. And we're going to be talking about the vaccine and holding of vaccinations. What more can Kenyans do? Of course, we are sanitizing, we are keeping the distance, a bit not as the way we used to do earlier. So what more can Kenyans do? We are anticipating fourth wave and also the Delta strain. I've seen some people even having 2 masks, you know, some people having the glasses there. What more can you? You're both medics.
Ben, I want to tell you that we now remove the aspect of being a medic.
Yes.
Being a Kenyan. First, I could want to tell even my fellow Kenyans that, number one, let us accept that COVID is real. When I told some of my colleagues that, my friends, that I'm actually coming to discuss the issue of COVID, headed to the fourth wave, some were asking, I have never seen even the first wave. And my answer was simple. Pray that you never live to see. For those who have seen, They know what they have
A
undergone.
country like India.
Even here in Kenya, for us who have seen what COVID can do, we know it is real and we have to take the necessary measures. Other than the vaccination, that is now the obligation of the government to ensure that it provides enough vaccine for everyone. Are we taking up the simple measures, the simple guidelines that have been put in place? Some will argue the cost of living has gone high. You'll get the COVID, the cost of living is still high, it will be a double burden. Matatus are now carrying to capacity.
That's true. A lot of them actually.
Reason behind it, fuel is high, we are charging the same. So you are told you either buy your car or just behave like any other Kenyan. Squeeze. So we as Kenyans, are we ready to accept and change? It's a year plus. But how many of us have seen the reality that yes, COVID is there? Of course, even as we push the government, I'm not saying that the government has done best to increase or rather to put up the cost of living has gone high and the taxes have also gone high. This is something that should not have happened, should not happen as at now, but then we, the Kenyans, because at the end of the day, we are the ones who are going to suffer. These guys have medical covers. They go to big institutions. We are affected. We just run to Mbagathi Hospital, to Mama Lucy, to Pumwani. The hospitals that are not up to the required standards. At the end of the day, you pay bills. So this amounts to the basic measures that have been put in place and ensuring that we at least move with how the trend is. Ensure you do your part, let the government do its part. Coming back to now as a medic, I want to tell you today, if Boaz was to fall a victim of COVID positive, I have no space in these public hospitals in Nairobi as a medic. I have a space like any other Kenyan. Why? We have been pushing our employers that put designated points for healthcare workers so that should they fall victims, they have places where they can go and seek medical attention. We have seen Forces Memorial Hospital designated for the
Even UN
KDF.
did open a state-of-the-art institution right here in Nairobi.
That state-of-the-art institution is for the public. What I'm saying, healthcare workers, not only in Nairobi, tell me of any county that has come up with a facility designated. You know, it's just by word of mouth, but when you go to the ground, actually those facilities are not there. Then it is painful when you serve clients wholeheartedly to ensure to save life, but when you fall a victim, you are on your own. The issue of PPEs, we can't sing it past what we have sung. It is shameful when I tell you that we have facilities that have no PPEs. The narrative changes that unless now you are on, you're actively dealing with a positive. Who tells you, Ben, that the person next to you is not positive? If we have no capacity to test, and then you are telling me to keep that mask until I come into contact with a positive, how long will it take me to know that this person is positive? Our wards are full. People are sharing beds. The system and the precautions are now changing. Once this one tests positive, take to isolation, continue with other, manage without even going to an extent, even testing whoever they were sharing that environment with.
The situation is quite tricky, right?
It is tricky, but
Yes.
then measures have to be, we need to come up with measures and see how we are going to combat it.
Indeed.
Otherwise it will be a song, and the pandemic will be there.
George, we've really bashed the government as the two unions, and as I had asked Boaz earlier, as Kenyans, behavioral change. He has talked about, you look at matatus, you look at, but Kenyans have been forced into that situation, the high cost of living. You know, the curfew is at 10, and that is when you see now matatus are picking up people. People are still opened, have still opened their businesses. And we are talking about anticipating a fourth wave, and we are also having the Delta strain in the country. Perhaps you can touch that. You also are Kenyan.
Yes, Ben. He whose pay a piper calls for the tune. And I'm talking about the politician. You see them, starting from the president. He's the one who was in Kisumu, was he? With the prime minister, including all ministers were there. Did they expecting anything, miracle to happen? If not a resurgence or rather an increase of infection? The meeting we have seen happening in here in Nairobi, the deputy president, and also the former prime minister in also Mombasa. We have seen the Kiamba, what is happening there. What do you expect? What goes in always? It is not where they say that what goes up. Probably that can apply also, whereby for those who have been infected and have died out of this disease, we'll never call them back. But I'm trying to say that we need to see good example from our leaders. Don't tell us this way, but you are doing the other way. You want me to continue walking to the east, but you are going west. It doesn't happen. And unfortunately, you hear them saying that it's because Kenya are difficult. Kenya are not difficult. Kenya need to be supported. Kenya need to ensure that they have something to eat. Kenya need to feel that indeed the government care for themselves. They are able to get medical services when they need them. In the absence of this, you anticipate for an anarchy, where people, yes, they are there, they are listening to you, but they cannot comprehend even a single statement from you. So the government must look at it, where did we go wrong? And let's start back. And of course, it's unfortunate that you still walk around and people ask you, are you serious, people, that COVID equal? Up to date, there's still those questions. The government has never come up with a strategy to ensure that there's community sensitization that actually overlaps that. In the absence of right information, there is misinformation. If you allow that space, including, you remember when we started the COVID, there were a number of issues that were coming up, and of which are a precaution measure. For instance, when AstraZeneca was being associated with blood clotting, and everyone hyper on that, and then people fear to come for vaccination. Remember?
Yes.
But without knowing that the country that are a growing country and those are developed country, they take precaution. Those were precaution measures. They stopped, but again started.
Yes.
Why? They care for their citizen. And when we talk about now the community, and I need to say, indeed, everyone is for themselves. Until we ensure that even as much as the government cannot give me enough, they are supposed to give me enough PPEs, and they are not able to give me enough PPEs, I must get to know that today, if I'm not alive because of lack of PPEs, still the country continue. The government goes on. They do not care. For us as healthcare workers, that's where we say we also, our life matters. We need to see a government that speaks to our situation. We need to see a government that is addressing our issue. We are not busting them. In any case, if a government do the right thing, allocate enough resources, and they progress positively in terms of achieving universal health coverage, in terms of ensuring that almost the projection to have 24 million people get the vaccination, who takes the credit? It is the government. We are only calling that the government need to come up with a stop measure to ensure that there are things they are not doing well. How can we be able to incorporate, move from boardroom, ensure that we are out there to listen to the Kenyan?
the community, the healthcare workers, who at the end of the day are bearing the brunt of this disease by virtue of losing a patient who I don't know because of lack of oxygen. It is painful to me, it is haunting me. And this is where we are saying that we need to be supported. And you know, by the way, let me say in the last 2 weeks that we lost close to 7 patients in one facility. I need to say it specifically in Kisii. And this was because of lack of oxygen. What the hell? That up to date we have not been able to organize ourselves to ensure that what the commodity that this patient need are able to get it. And the priority must be able to be sustained. We keep on politicizing the whole issue because when the healthcare workers say something, you look at them like they are attacking the government. We are here. And I need to say, of course, you ask that question, but I need to tell the government that if they can listen to the spirit and the discussion that we are having and go back and say, where do we need to start? Involve the healthcare workers for the first time. And say we need to move to ensure that the people who are in rural area, they are sensitized. There are people who even during this whole 1 year up to this date, they have never even put on a mask. The government came up with measures to ensure that there is water point in every places. It's still there, including the urban areas. Do we continue insisting or rather assuring Kenyans by ensuring that we are doing or rather effecting implementing the policies that we came with so that we instill confidence in the public and they continue doing what that they are required and what we want them to do. Indeed. So if we don't do that, instead of being actually moving positively, it will be a mirage because most of the time you are not serious. I need to eat and you are telling me not to go and work.
And we have seen, as we end up, we have seen a lot of some countries have held elections. And Kenya is just one event spikes up a lot of things and a lot of COVID-19 cases. Perhaps it's the attitude that you're talking about, Boaz, as well.
Yeah, like my brothers are.
Because even Uganda had elections a couple of months ago, and we didn't hear a surge like we've had on 2 or 3 occasions that we've managed COVID in the country. Perhaps it's the attitude that Kenyans have.
You know how different countries handle their issues is actually
that we can borrow a leaf.
For me, I can't borrow from Uganda because number one, how are they reporting their COVID status? How is Tanzania reporting their COVID status? And how is our country reporting our COVID status? If we are open to ourselves and put all the cards on the table, then we are able to compare. What I'm saying is this: we are moving into an election when our percentage in terms of how we combating COVID is on a downward trend. Even as we insist on these measures, how is the government prepared? You know, the last talk is with the government. And where are we insisting on the government? My brother has said that we need food on the table. What are other governments doing in other countries to ensure that there is sustainability of their people even when they are locking those countries? You can't lock Kisii during the night, but allow that person to travel to Nairobi and back during the day. You can't lock Nairobi and that Mama Mboga in Kibera, you expect her to put food on the table. You can't lock the nation with the high cost of living and then you want us to move like everything is okay. So number one, let the country start putting priorities right.
Yes. Judge, your final word. Of course, you've talked about so many things. We didn't have to go to them, like the Health Commission, insurance, and so many things that, of course, we will still go back to the government. Your final words in 1 minute, kindly.
My final word to Kenyan is that COVID is real. we for those who are still doubting need to know that they must be able to police themselves and get to understand that they are actually the security to themselves. Once you are infected, you are on your own. As much as the healthcare workers will be there to assist you, they might lack those essential equipment to assist you, including oxygen, which you need for you to survive.
So the backstops,
we must ensure that the backstop do not rely on misinformation. Listen to the government as much as they have failed us. Get to know that some of the information they're giving us, like ensuring that you do not just congregate without any reason, and even when you congregate, you are in the public space, have your face mask on, wash your hands each and every time, and ensure that at all time you are following all the protocol that have been put in place. And in any time when you feel that there is something that you feel is amounting, because it's not about the cough now, it's not about the high fever. A majority of this patient, close to over 70%, do not have any fever, do not cough. So if you suspect of any chest pain and any body malaise weaknesses, you need to ensure that you alert your healthcare workers. And the government, now this for the government, that please let us sensitize healthcare workers in other counties, away from the urban area like Nairobi, and let us focus to do more tests that can add value to what we can be able to say we are managing the pandemic rightly. If we do that, I think once we salvage a life for a certain Kenya, which might have ended, then that is the happiest moment for any healthcare worker in this country and elsewhere in the world. If we are supported, we will do our work. And we want to call on the government to do the right thing, follow the policies that you have put in place, because the policies can actually guide us very well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That has been George Gibore, the Kenya Union of Clinical Officers Secretary General, and of course Boaz Onchari, who is the branch, Nairobi branch, Kenya National Union of Nurses Secretary. Thank you so much. Of course, remember, as the government talked about anticipating the fourth wave, the backstop with you, and remember always to sanitize, to keep distance, wear your mask, and of course keep clean and sanitized at all times. My name is Ben Troinjwe. Anne Wangeshi has been our sign language interpreter for this show, and thank you so much for watching. Suleiman Yeri is coming up next with Tamrini.
Thank you very much.
Bwana Motiso, pikipiki yako ndio hii. Uko shwani yangu. Hii pikipiki ni, unakumbuka uliekelea the lowest unique bid yako ilikuwa ngapi? 18 shillings. 18 shillings. Na unajua kuendesha hii gari? Kidogo. Haya, kitoko yako shika helmet, kifungu yako, chomoka na mali yako.
Kujiunga na QuickBid ni rahisi. Enda kwenye M-Pesa, bonyeza paybill, kisha weka business number 4032353. Kwenye account, weka kodi ya bidhaa unayotaka na bid yako ya chini zaidi. Kwa mfano, TV 16. Kisha weka shilingi 20 tu kama idadi yako. Weka bid yako pia kwenye www.quickbid.co.ke. Kumbuka, bid ya chini zaidi ya kipekee ndio hununua. QuickBid, bidhaa bora kwa bei ya chini.
To get Skizatune Hail Mary, dial star 811 star 963 hash.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen.
To get Hail Mary, dial star 811 star 963 hash, star 811 star 963 hash.
Kwa hivyo hii mambo tuachane nayo ama na hatujapata suluhisho. Wewe kitu amesema nini?
Uketi anipendi tu.
Huyu matatizo ulituletea kazi gani? Awe kipochi chako
Kija kuhusu hicho. Singependa kuupoteza. Mtasononeka sana huu mkufu ukiupoteza.
Ukicheka hivyo ndio unanimaliza. Viungo vyangu na vilegeza mtoto.
What does this number mean to you? A pack leader? A winner? Or just a number? To us, it means freshness, boldness, vibrancy and heritage. That's why at KBC Channel 1, we make it easier for you to pop up your family entertainment to a fresh, exciting and colorful bouquet.
You are still lying to me right now.
You can't stop us without good reason. Are you really not aware of who this is?
Uncle, someone has trespassed on our villa and kidnapped the vessel we created together. This is an honor that His Majesty gave you. You can't take off your armor.
I can't meet His Majesty unless I do. I have to go in and have a word with His Majesty.
Quiero amarte de una forma diferente, de otro modo.
And soon you'll be the owner of the Star Zone. And you will have complete control over the Montesinos coffee empire.
Yes. And tell everybody not to say anything, because if I go down, all of you go down with me.
I have you in my hands. And your future depends on me. Good evening, madam. I'm Hector Fonseca, Ivan's father.
Quiero amarte de una forma diferente, de otro modo, nunca igual al de otra gente.
Pokosa nisamehe, ulipokosa nikusamehe, na maisha yaendelee.
Mimi nakumbuka singo yangu ya kwanza kabisa.
Nimekufungua kidogo. Ongea.
Nilipoipata ile singo, nilipewa diski hii.
Ndio.
Sasa kizungumkuti kikaanzia hapo.
Ujue ende wapi?
Niende wapi? Nilipiga maraundi hili jiji.
Inakuwaje bana, ulikuwa umeenda chini ya maji kakangu?
Unajua ni zile mishemishe, naingia kwa muziki alafu lazima angalie industry jinsi kwa zinavyoenda.
Mano sipocheki ukizidi takuwa noma. Nawe DJ ongeza ngoma paka inogewe. Nawe DJ ongeza ngoma paka inogewe. Nawe DJ ongeza ngoma paka inogewe.
Get the VIP access to the best shows on KBC Channel 1. We have something different, something special to spice you up. Get ready for new, exciting and captivating dramas. Movies.
Love the smell.
Comedy.
I went to the Popos.
Drama.
Will he assault the Queen in my house, in my presence?
News, sports and so much more. Do the things that make you happy on KBC Channel 1.
Kwa sasa kuna shughuli yote ambayo zinaendelea hadi Dengo atakaposafiri tena.
Basi ni pesa zako. Fanya kazi yako ofisini. Msijiletelete kwa compound yangu tena wajifungia ndani ya magari usiku na watafua nyote wawili. Nipishe.
Lakini Kate, wewe waujua umuhimu wa ndoa?
My house is off limits. Tumeelewana? Wewe alinikosa nafaka wake. Sasa amekutuma wewe mtoto wa dadangu uje unimalize, si ndio?
Mkanye mke wako.
mkanye mke wako sana. Mimi si lake wala tutoshani kimaisha.
Standing in the club all alone, lonely streets we track together, singing songs. She has a good heart, and I never.
Kuna kijana mumeona hapo Mwangeta?
How is he saying?
Isa, relax though, relax.
Hey. Mkilia hapa kwenye koti hapana kushikana.
Hey, cool down, man.
Mlijuana na yeye at what time? Ayo mtoto amekaa miaka 10 yote.
You see, you don't even know.
Did you?
Yes.
Because you are a Tom and Jerry.
Nimekutison. I don't know you anymore.
Na nilisomesha wewe kuanzia primary.
Ilikuwa Harambee.
Secondary.
Harambee.
Natoa ngoja mimi na laani yake dada.
Wewe
mzee.
Wacha mimi sawa.
Wacha mzee, wacha kutoa ngoja.
Mtume anasema kullu ummatin yadkhuluna aljanna illa man aba, kila watu wa umma yangu wote watakuwa ni kuingizwa katika janna isipokuwa wale ambao kwamba watakayokataa.
Muislamu ana mambo ambayo anapaswa kutekeleza katika miezi hii minne ambayo ni mitukufu. Mojawapo ikiwa ni kushikamana na swala. Pili, kukithirisha kumkumbuka Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala ama kutekeleza adhkar.
Ni tarehe 6 mwezi wa Julai mwaka ni 2021. Karibu katika kipindi cha Tamrini mchana huu ambapo sitakuwa nikichukua muda mrefu. Nataka nikupeleke moja kwa moja hadi katika kaunti ya Mombasa ambapo wauzaji wa mitumba katika kaunti ile ya Mombasa hususan katika soko la Kongowea wanalalamikia moto mkubwa ambao ulizuka usiku wa kuamkia leo ambao umeteketeza mali zao zenye thamani ya mamilioni ya fedha, wakisema kwamba huenda moto huo umechomwa ama uliteketezwa ama ulianzishwa na wafanyakazi wa kaunti ya Mombasa, lakini serikali ya kaunti ya Mombasa imekataa na imedinda kusema kwamba hawajahusika na moto huo. Tumsikize Juni Karisa ambaye yuko kule katika kaunti hiyo ya Mombasa aweze kutufahamisha ni kipi kinaendelea kule ili tuweze kujua hali ikoje hadi kufikia sasa. Je, moto umezimwa na wafanyakazi ama wale wauzaji wa mitumba katika kaunti ile na soko lile la Kongowea wanasemaje?
Hujambo Yeri, leo kweli tuko katika soko la Kongowea ambao wachuzi leo wanakadiria hasara kubwa. Nipo na baadhi yao na muda soko mrefu nitakuwa tunakuonyesha tu hasara ambayo imefanyika kuanzia jana usiku. Watu wamejaribu kuzima moto lakini ukiangalia masaa ya kafyu yalikuwa yamefika, maanake tunaambiwa kwamba moto huu ulianza kuanzia saa 3 usiku na wengi walikuwa washaondoka washaenda nyumbani. Kwa hivyo moto huu uliweza kuteketeza
Naam, huyo ni Juni Karisa yupo katika kaunti ya Mombasa. Tutakuwa tukirudi kwake kuweza kusikia hali ikoje, wapo itakuwa hali ipo sawa sawa, kwa sababu naona kuna hitilafu kidogo ya sauti na mitambo katika kaunti ile ya Mombasa. Lakini hapa studioni pia tupo na mahojiano ambao tutakuwa tukizungumza naye Kureshi Abdullahi ambaye ni afisa ni mkurugenzi mkuu katika shirika la usimamizi wa watu katika ama usimamizi wa wafanyikazi, taasisi ya wasimamizi wa wafanyikazi humu humu nchini, IHRM, ambayo tutaweza kujua ni kazi ipi ambayo anaifanya pale, na ujue huu ni mwezi wa wasimamizi wa wafanyakazi nchini, mwezi mzima wa Julai, ambapo tutakuwa tunawaenzi kazi zao zile wanazozifanya katika ofisi mbalimbali, katika taasisi mbalimbali, ili kuweza kujua wao wanahusika na nini, wamewekwa kwa nini katika kampuni, umuhimu wao ni gani. Manake kuna wengine wanapata kwenye kampuni wanalalamika akisema HR bana ndo ameninyima mshahara. Je, HR ndiye anayekunyima mshahara ama ni taasisi tu mipango ilivyo inakuwa hivyo? Karibu sana Bi Kuresha katika kituo chetu hiki cha KBC. Tukianza moja kwa moja, ni mwezi ambao wasimamizi wa wafanyakazi wanasherehekea utendakazi wao. Na nyinyi naona mwezi huu mumeamua kwamba munaenda kupanda miti. Kwa nini mumeamua kuchukua hatua hiyo ya kupanda miti?
Okay, asante sana. Kwa majina naitwa Kuresha Abdullahi, mkurugenzi mkuu wa IHRM. Bila umesema ni taasisi wa wafanyikazi na tuliformiwa through Act of Parliament 2012. Ni wataalamu wa wafanyikazi wamekuja pamoja ili kazi yetu haswa kubwa ni kudhibiti wafanyikazi, HR professionals, na pia kuhakikisha wanachunga maslahi ya wenye wanafanyia kazi na pia wao tuchunge maslahi yao. Kitu muhimu haswa ni kuhakikisha pia wako na cheti zinazohitajika kufanya hiyo kazi na pia kufanya ile utaratibu inapotakikana kufanya. Mwezi huu tunasherekea ile umesema tunaitanga Julai, mwezi wa wafanyikazi, na mwezi wa Julai 1987 ndio hii taasisi wataalamu wamekuja pamoja na wakaona tunataka kukuwa na mienendo ya kufanya kazi na utaratibu zake. Ndio maana tumetenga hii mwezi kusherekea. Hii mwezi tumeamua tunataka kuangalia mambo upande ya environment in terms of kuangalia vile tunaweza sustain hiyo environment sisi kama wafanyikazi, kwa sababu tunasimamia wafanyikazi, sisi ndo tunajua tabia zao na vile wanafanya kazi. Mwaka iliyopita tulipatwa na janga la corona ambayo ilibadilisha vile tunafanya kazi, na ili tufanya tufikirie ya kwamba that kuna vile sisi tunaweza chunga mazingira yetu tukifanya kazi ili tusiharibu hewa. Hata mazingira enyewe ni nzuri, mtu sa ile mazingira anayofanyia kazi kama iko sawa inamfurahisha na pia inachunga afya yake.
Umesema kwamba mnalenga kupanda miti ili kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba mnachunga afya na kuweza kuboresha mazingira katika msimu huu ambao ama mwezi huu ambao mnasherehekea wasimamizi wa wafanyakazi humu nchini Kenya. Na labda mnalenga kupanda miti kiwango gani na ni katika kaunti ngapi mtakuwa mnalenga kufanya shughuli hizo? Okay.
Sasa sisi kama taasisi tuko na pia branches, tuko tu hapa Nairobi, pia tuko na watu wanafanya kazi kwa hizo county tofauti. Lengo letu by the end of this year ni kupanda miti 4,700,000 na naona ni kitu tunaweza kufikia. Ukiangalia jana tulilaunch hiyo mwezi na tulishirikiana na Wizara ya Mazingira na Misitu, na wametuhakikishia watatusaidia kutupatia hizo miti kupanda, na hiyo ni kitu mzuri sana. Tulikuwa tunafikiria vile tutanunua, sasa tukienda kushirikiana na wao hiyo inatubusu sana, na wametuhakikishia tunaweza hivyo panda zaidi ya hiyo, na tunataka kukaribisha wataalamu wengine wote pia watu join kwa hii exercise ndio tuboreshe mazingira yetu.
Umesema miche milioni 4.7
yes,
ambao mnalenga kuipanda. Kwa sasa hivi labda taasisi hii ina washiriki wangapi ambao wako pamoja? Mko na wanachama wangapi?
So kwa sasa tuko na wanachama takriban 14,000 na wako kote nchini.
Kwa hivyo hao ndo mtakao watumia kuhakikisha kwamba hii shughuli inafanyika?
Hawa ndo tutatumia, na pia tuko na wasimamizi kwa kila county na ndo watawaleta pamoja. Tutachagua mahali watapanda. Unajua sahi upande zingine za nchi hakuna mvua. Concentrate kwa hii mwezi mahali kuna mvua inanyesha, lakini hiyo target letu ni paka mwaka ishe. So tutaendelea tukipanda kwa kila county. Na pia kitu kingine mzuri ni kwa Wizara ya Mazingira walituambia kuna app mtu anaweza download ambayo una track ni mechi ngapi umepanda. Na hiyo itatusaidia tujue kama tumefika hiyo lengo letu, ambayo ni kitu muhimu sana kwetu.
Naam, turudi katika shirika lako hii taasisi ya IHRM ambayo inahusika sana na wafanyakazi. Taasisi hii kwa nini labda ilibuniwa ili kuhakikisha, yani kubuniwa kwake nini kilihakikisha kwamba imebuniwa?
Okay. Asante. Unajua kwa kila wataalamu kuna utaratibu fulani kazi inafanyika. Na sasa sisi kama watu tunachunga maslahi ya wafanyikazi. Kwa vile umesema kila mtu anafikiria HR wamefanya hivi, kitu muhimu sana nataka kila mtu ajue, na kama HR hawajui leo wajue, wao ndo wanashikilia sera za kufanya kazi. Unaweza kuwa mimi sasa ni mkurugenzi mkuu, lakini HR ndo mwenye anashikilia sera. Yeye ndo anafaa kuamua vile inafaa kufuatwa, utaratibu ya hiyo sheria zimewekwa na vile itafuatiliwa. Vitu mingi ilifanya hawa wakuje pamoja wataalamu wa form hii institute ni kuchunga hiyo utaratibu, na pia kama kitaalamu wahakikishe hizo utaratibu zilizowekwa. Mtu anafaa kuwa na cheti gani kuwa yeye akuje afanye hii kazi zote, ndo wakafikiria sasa ni lazima tuweke hizo utaratibu. Wakaenda kwa bunge na wakapitisha hiyo mswada ambaye sasa tunaitumia. So hiyo ndo ilitufanya. So sasa sisi kama IHRM kazi yetu ni kuhakikisha hizo utaratibu zinafuatwa, na wenye wanafanya hiyo kazi wako na cheti zinazotakikana. Kitu ingine tunafanyanga kwa institute, ukiona uko na HR mahali unafanya kazi hafuati hizo sera zimewekwa, ama anafanya vitu ambaye haziendani na vile tuliwekwa, whether it's through the constitution, hata hizo internal policies na hata employment act, unaweza report. Cause kwa hiyo act tuko na disciplinary committee ambayo wanafuatilia hizo mambo, na pia on the other side hawa HRs pia tunawa protect kuhakikisha mambo siku hizi tunasikia ni HR wanaletewa watu waandike, wakikataa ndo wanatumwa nyumbani. So kama hizo utaratibu za kazi hazifuati na mtu hakusikizi za haufuati sera, kama tunaandika kazi hivi ndo tunafaa kufuata, na hawa ndo watu tunafaa kuleta. Ama hata kwa mishahara, huwezi patia mtu ile mishahara unataka. Kuna utaratibu fulani zimewekwa ambayo inafaa kufuatiliwa. So hizo ndo mambo sisi haswa tunafaa kuhusika nayo, na tunajaribu kuhakikisha hii mwezi tukipanda, na pia watu wajue IHRM ni kazi gani inafanya na vile tunaingiliana na kazi zingine zote zinazofanyika kwa maofisi.
Nani anaweza jiunga na IHRM? Kwa sababu tunajua kuna wale wanatoka shule, kuna wale ambao ni wataalamu wamefanya hii kazi kwa miaka takriban 10, 5, yani washaanza kuzoea hii kazi.
Okay. So tuko na 3 levels za entry kwa kuwa member ya hii institute. Tuko na associate ambayo ni wanafunzi walimaliza shule wanataka kujiunga, na pia tuko na wataalamu. Kama unataka kuwa member, wewe ni HR, labda wewe ni afisa bado hujafika hiyo mahali ya kushika kazi ya manager, na kama wewe unataka manager, tuna hiyo kitengo tunaita professionals practicing certificate. Lazima ukuwe na hiyo certificate ndo sasa uanze kupractice. Na pia tuko na kiwango sasa, kuna wale walikuwa kwa hii utaalamu for more than 15 years, pia hawa tunawaleta wajiunge. So tuko na kiwango 4 ya kujiunga, na iko na faida yake. Kwa kila mwaka tunahakikisha tuko na career fairs, tuko na free forums. Kwanza kwa wenye wametoka tu shule wanaweza jifaidika, na pia tunaanza programs zingine sahihi that tunaita kama umetoka shule, tumeona sio kila mtu anaweza pata kazi kuanzisha ile kitu wanaita internship. So tunajaribu kutafuta sasa kutoka members wetu kama kuna mtu anaweza adopt.
Tukiangazia tumeona kwamba umesema kwamba mnafanya mikutano, vile vile mnafanya mafunzo kwa wale ambao wametoka shuleni. Umuhimu wa kufanya haya mafunzo kwa wale ambao wametoka shuleni, manake labda tuweke kando wale ambao tayari wapo kazini, tuangalie wale ambao wapo shuleni sasa hizi na ndio wamejiunga na taaluma hii ya kusimamia wafanyakazi.
Okay. Unajua kitu muhimu sana shule, kuna vitu fulani unafundishwa kwa shule, na kuna vile ukikuja sasa kazini, kuna vile hiyo hizo skills umejifundisha vile unafaa sasa kutumia ukikuja kwa kazi. Na tunasemanga kazini ndo sasa unajua vile utatumia hiyo.
Niko kati kidogo, turudi Mombasa, naona hali sasa imekuwa sawa, alafu tukirudi tutakuwa tunaenda huko. Pole kwa kukokata, lakini akiwa tayari tutakuwa tunaenda Mombasa. Alikuwa nimekuuliza tu na alikuwa unatueleza kuhusiana na swala zima hili la ukitoka shule kuna vitu huvijui, lakini ukienda kufanya kazi utakuwa sasa hivi unavifahamu. Naam.
Yeah. So sasa tukisema mentorship, so umetoka shule unajua the theory bit of it. Sasa ukikuja kazini unajifunza kwa kazini, ndo kwanza hata sasa utajua mimi nimefanya HR, na ujue hiyo HR iko na kiwango tofauti. Labda wewe unaweza enda kwa mahali ya kuweka files, labda wewe utajiunga wenye wanatengenesha mishahara. Kuna wengine wanaangalia maslahi ya wafanyikazi, employee relations. Kuna wengine wanaangalia afya ya wafanyikazi. Sasa utajipima sasa, ile unapelekwa kujifundisha hiyo kazi yote, utaamua sasa nimejifundisha hii kufanya na wafanyikazi na pia kuangalia maslahi yao. Naona strength yangu mimi naweza enda kwa learning and development, sasa kuanza kuangalia watu wanaweza kujifundisha nini, ama niende kwa department ya mishahara, ama sasa mimi ni concentrate na mambo ya kuangalia maslahi ya wafanyikazi through employee relations. Na mwingine unaweza enda kwa upande ya kuangalia afya kiakili, mental health issues. So iko na department kama 8 kwa hiyo HR. Hiyo ndio itakusaidia.
Naam, umetaja vitu vizuri, vitu ambavyo sasa hivi ndio vinazingatiwa zaidi. Kumekuwa na matatizo ya afya kiakili miongoni mwa wafanyakazi. Sijui ni mafunzo gani mnawapa wasimamizi wa wafanyakazi ili kuweza kutambua kwamba Suleiman Yeri ana matatizo ya kiakili na anahitaji tiba. Alafu pia kuna wale ambao ni waraibu, ni walevi, labda wengine wanatumia mihadarati na huenda kazi yao wanaifanya, lakini tabia zao hizi za uraibu zinaathiri utendakazi wao.
Kitu kimoja sisi tungeona na haswa ni muhimu sana, kila mwenye ako na biashara ama kila mwajiri ajue ni kwamba kila mtu ako na capacity fulani na anafaa kusaidia hiyo organization, hata society in a certain way. Sasa ikifika mambo ya afya kiakili, na kitu ndo tumegundua saa ile tulipatikana na janga la corona, watu walichukulia kiwango tofauti, na saa hizo ndo tumejua hatuangalii vizuri afya ya kiakili. Kitu muhimu sana kila mfanyabiashara ama kila mwajiri afanye ni within your organization uko na department inashughulikia afya ya wafanyikazi wako. Ni muhimu sana. Kuchukua tu insurance si mwisho, kuangalia na kupatia hiyo fursa. Kuna watu ukiweka huko, hii ofisi ni ofisi ya unaweza saidika na mambo ya afya ya kiakili, si kila mtu anaweza ingia. So unaweza angalia, unaweza outsource hiyo service na waambie wafanyikazi wako ukiwa na shida fulani unaweza enda huko. Na kuna kitu kingine unaweza fanya inaitwa group therapy. Sisi kama IHRM tunafanya hivyo. Si kila mtu atajitokelezea aseme mimi niko na shida fulani, lakini wewe kama employer uangalie trends zinaenda aje, alafu uite sasa watu ambayo sasa wako na hiyo skills, waongee na wafanyikazi wako na ndo sasa wajue vitu rahisi kama social distancing, masks, kuvaa ni tunachukulia kila mtu anajua, lakini si kila mtu anajua. Hata sasa ile tumeanza kufanya kazi kutoka nyumbani, si kila mtu anaweza furahia hiyo mnendo. So unafaa kutayarisha mtu ajue kufanya kazi kutoka nyumbani inamaanisha nini, na hiyo inaingiliana na afya ya kiakili.
Shukrani sana Bi Kuresha ambaye ni mkurugenzi mkuu wa shirika la IHRM humu nchini, ambaye anatueleza na kutufafanulia kazi ya wasimamizi ya wafanyikazi ni ipi, jukumu lao ni lipi. Lakini kwanza, kabla hatujakuja kumaliza mazungumzo haya na kuweza kufahamu kwa kina mwezi huu wa wasimamizi wa wafanyikazi, lengo na mada kuu ya mwezi huu ni upi, twende kwanza Mombasa tumzungumze naye Junei Karisa ambaye yupo katika soko la Kongowea kule ambapo kumekuwa na moto ambao wafanyakazi ama wahudumu kule wanakadiria hasara kubwa katika soko lile, ambapo mali ya thamani ya mamilioni ya fedha zimeweza kuchomeka ama kuteketea. Kwa hivyo Junei, kwako tuweze kufahamisha ni kipi ambacho kinaendelea huko, na je, wauzaji hao wa mitumba wanasemaje katika kaunti hiyo ya Mombasa?
Shukran Yeri, tuakujia tena moja kwa moja tuwie radhi kwa hitilafu ya mitambo hapo awali, lakini kama nilivyosema tu hapo awali ni kuwa wachuuzi wanakadiria hasara kubwa baada ya moto mkubwa kuteketeza vibanda vyao vilivyokuwa na mali ya thamani hii leo. Kama vile mpiga picha wangu Mwakolo anaweza kuonyesha tu ni kuwa kuanzia jana usiku mwendo wa saa 3 hivi usiku moto huu uliweza kuteketeza vibanda vingi vilivyokuwa vimesimama mahali hapa. Ni wachuuzi wa mitumba na wamekuwa wakiwa hapa kuanzia kitambo. Wanalalamika wakisema kwamba ni kaunti imeweza kufanya hivi ili kuona kwamba wanaweza ondoka mahali hapa, lakini tumeongea na baadhi ya wahusika, wanasema kwamba ilikuwa tu ni stima imeweza kufanya tukio hilo kutokea hapo jana usiku, wala si waoni. Kweli hawa wachuuzi walikuwa wameambiwa wapaondoke hapa waweze kuhama mahali hapa na kwenda kwingine, lakini kulingana na wachuuzi hawa wanasema kwamba hawako wamepewa idhini yote wala barua yote kuondoka mahali hapa ili kaunti iweze kujenga misingi yake katika mahali hapa. Wacha tu niungane tu na mwadhiriwa mmoja tu anieleze tu kuanzia jana usiku, manake naelewa kwamba ilikuwa wakati wa kafyu, kuliendaje na je waliweza hata angalau hata kama ni mtumba mmoja kuweza kuweza kuangalia kama wanaweza pata mali yao yote. Waitwa nani na tueleze ilianzaje mpaka mmefika hapa?
Kwa majina naitwa Amos Kiliungi. Mimi ni mfanyabiashara hapa soko la Kongowea, eneo la upande wa mitumba. Upande wa moto ulianzia ile store ya Irungu. Na ile store ya Irungu ndio bells zote. Watu wa soko huchukua mzigo na kuweka pale. So jana ilikuwa ni wakati watu walikuwa wameendea mizigo na mizigo yote ilikuwa imewekwa pale. Moto ulianza pale hiyo store. So wanasema ile maneno ya stima hatuelewi, because kama stima inaanza, why is it going to start on the same? So yenye iko mizigo watu wanaleta na tumepewa notice. Hakuna notice yote tulipewa, na sisi tumeadhirika mara nyingi, si mara ya kwanza, si mara ya pili, si mara ya tatu. So ni kila wakati walianza upande huu wakachoma, kulipochomeka tuliambiwa ni stima. So we agreed with them. Tulipojenga usiku tulipojenga, matia gas GSU ndio walimwagwa hapa. So sisi ni wananchi wa Kenya, sisi ni wazalendo. Shida yetu ni gani kubwa ambayo hatukuambiwa ile area si yenu, mstoke pale, na tungepewa idhini ile tungekubaliana na nyinyi wakubwa wetu, sababu sisi hatuna uwezo wote, nyinyi ndio mabosi wetu. Lakini kuna shida iko hapa.
Mzozo kati ya nyinyi na kaunti ulianza lini, na pengine je, viongozi wenu nyinyi wachuuzi na viongozi wa kaunti, je, wameweza kulitatua swala hilo?
Tatizo alikutatuliwa. Mzozo ulipoanza sisi wenyewe tulikuwa kama client wetu anaingia kwa gate ana nguo mbili zitachukuliwa, dololeo mfuko, ule mfuko zile nguo mbili alipia kama 30 kama 20 bob. So our clients departed, wakaanza kuchukua mali nje. So sisi tukaenda chini. So we had to look another alternative ya kutafuta vile tutapata pesa. So client wetu wote wakapotea kitu ya kwanza. So sisi Wanjiku kwanza tukaanza kuumia pale. Because kama client ataingia na nguo mbili na kwa gate ataingia kukununulia, haingewezekana. Na tulipopeleka malalamishi yetu hatukupata results, hakuna hands tulipata, ilikuwa ni nil mpaka leo. Hakuna venye tulisaidika, na sisi tumelalamika because tuko na watu wanasomesha, wanapeleka watoto shuleni, tuko na wajane wako hapa, tuko na mayatima, tuko na watu wako na loans bana. Hizi loans watalipa na nini sisi Wajiku? So sisi tumeumia kutosha. So serikali ni wao waangalie alternative ya kutusaidia. Sisi hatutaweza.
Sawa. Wacha nichukue mwingine tu. Je, masaibu yako ni kama ya hamo, na tuambie unaitwa nani, angalia pale, na wewe umepoteza mali ya thamani ya shilingi ngapi?
Kwa majina mimi naitwa Alisachia. Mimi nafanya biashara hapa sokoni. Mimi nashangaa na hii moto, manake si ya kwanza wala si ya pili. Na mara nyingi moto ikitokelezea huwa inatokelezea tu usiku wa manane wakati wa kafyu. Ukiwa kwa nyumba unapigiwa simu kwa katika usingizi, unaambiwa kwamba soko inachomeka. Hakuna venye unaweza kutoka kwa nyumba uje usaidie mzigo wako. Ukifika unapata imeisha. Kama hii ya jana ni siku ya Monday, watu wanaenda go down kuchukua mizigo. Tumeleta mizigo zimechomeka zote kwa store, na zile mali pia zilikuwa kwa vibanda zote zimechomeka. Yaani unafika unapata hakuna chochote unaweza kusaidia. Unabaki ni kama ujui utaanzia wapi. Na ukiangalia hapa sokoni wamama ndio wako wengi hapa. Hapa kuna wajane, kuna single mothers. Kuna watu hapa ndio wanaangalia, ndio tegemeo lao, na wako na watoto wanaenda form 1. Na pia tukiangalia tumebaki na wiki mbili watoto wanaenda the next class. We are supposed kununua vitabu, we are supposed kununua hata vitu zingine, na watoto wanaanza shule.
Je, mngependa usaidizi gani pengine?
Si tungependa tu serikali watuambie, kama ni county government watuambie, watupatie ruhusa tujenge hapa, tuendelee na kazi yetu kama kila siku. Kama haitawezekana pia watuambie kama sisi si wa Kenya, watuelekeze pale tutaenda.
Sawa, wacha niongee tutuambie tu mngependa usaidizi gani, na je wewe umepoteza mali ya thamani ya shilingi ngapi?
Kwa hakika mimi
naitwa nani?
Mimi naitwa Philip Sami Mweke, na ni mfanya biashara katika hii eneo la mitumba miaka nyingi. Nilikuwa hapo na kibanda katika huu mwembe unaona umechomeka hapa, na kihini cha huu moto hasa hatujapata kimetokana na nini, na vile tungeweza kuambia serikali ya kaunti ya Mombasa ni waweze kuwa makinifu bila kuwa na porojo ya maneno. Waweze kuangalia ni njia gani watafanya wakishirikiana na wafanyabiashara.
Wewe unataka usaidizi gani? Sasa hasara ishatokelezea, ungependa kwenda mbele usaidikeje?
Sasa kitu ya maana ambayo kingeweza kufanyika katika hii eneo ni mheshimiwa eneo bunge hili jichopefu aweze kushirikiana vile na bwana Shabal mfanyabiashara, na vile governor wetu wa Mombasa hii aweze kujua kusema kweli hawa wote ni wapiga kura katika eneo la Mombasa County. Hawa vile walikuwa ni wafanya biashara katika hii county, pasipo na ile maneno ya forojo. Waweze kuingia kukaa chini kidiplomasia, waangalie hao binadamu, hao wafanya biashara, maana walikuwa ni wapangaji wao, ni njia gani wanaweza kutusaidia ili tuweze kumove, na ile italete suluhu. Si vyema hawa crowd naona hawa watu waweze kuelekeza akili zao kwa wizi, ama waanze kukatakata watu. Italete policy mbaya katika Mombasa County. Kwa hivyo naomba bwana Governor Ali Hassan Joho aweze kukaa chini na timu yake ya county, waangalie jinsi hawa watu wataweza kusaidika.
Asante sana. Naam, Yeri, wazima moto walikuja hapa tuliambiwa kuanzia saa 4 hivi na nusu waliweza kufika hapa, lakini huu moto ulianza tangu usiku. Wachuuzi wanasema walifika kuchelewa. Bado hatujaweza kuwasiliana na wale wanaohusika na soko hili kutueleza ni kweli mzozo ambao ulioko hapa ni wa kweli, ama waliweza kukaa na wachuuzi ili waweze kuona kwamba kwamba wametolewa idhini ili waweze kuhama mahali hapa. Kwa hivyo hatujaidhinisha malalamishi ambayo hawa wachuuzi wanasema kuwa kuna mzozo ambao unatafaruka kuhusiana na wachuuzi na wahusika wa soko hili. Lakini kile tunachojua ni kuwa mamilioni ya pesa yameweza kuteketezwa mahali hapa. Kama walivyosema jana, ilikuwa ni siku ya kuchukua soko ili waweze kuuza, lakini mali hiyo imeweza kuteketezwa. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa Yeri, tutaendelea tu kuongea tu na baadhi yao ambao wanajaribu tu kuangalia kama wanaweza kunusuru kimoja ama kingine ili waweze kuendelea na biashara yao. Bado serikali ya kaunti haijaweza kufika mahali hapa na haijaweza kutuambia kiufupi ni nini wataweza kuwafanyia hawa wachuuzi kwenda mbele ili kuweza kuona kwamba biashara zao zinasimama tena. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa Yeri, na kurudisha kwako studioni uendelee na mahojiano.
Shukran sana. Ni Juni Karisa akiwa katika kaunti ya Mombasa, hususan katika soko la Kongowea, ambapo amezungumza na baadhi ya wachuuzi katika soko lile pale, ikiwemo moto ule ambao umeweza kuteketeza mali ya mamilioni ya fedha katika kaunti ile ama katika soko lile. Lakini malalamishi makubwa, au kama ulivyosikia, kutoka kwa wachuuzi wale wakisema kwamba huenda kuna mkono wa serikali ya kaunti ya Mombasa, na serikali ya kaunti ya Mombasa hadi kufikia sasa, licha moto huo kuanza mwendo wa saa 4 za usiku, hadi kufikia sasa haijajitokeza pale na haijatoa kauli yoyote. Mwanahabari wetu Juni Karisa atakuwa anafuatilia na vile kuzungumza na uongozi wa kaunti hiyo ya Mombasa ili kuweza kufahamu ni kipi kinaendelea pale. Je, ni wao wamehusika ama ni fununu tu ama ni porojo tu zinaibuliwa na wachuuzi ili kuweka mambo bayana? Turudi studioni ambako tunaendelea na mahojiano yetu hapa mchana huu, ambapo tunazungumza naye mkurugenzi mkuu wa shirika la IHRM ambalo ni shirika ama taasisi ya kusimamia wafanyakazi humu nchini. Nataka tuende katika mswada ambao umeleta utata. IHRM imesimama mbele sana na kusema kwamba mswada huu hatuutaki. Mswada huu ni kama kutengeza panga yenye ncha mbili ama panga yenye kupata pande mbili. Wao wanataka panga ambalo litakata na upande mmoja peke yake, kwa sababu wao kama taasisi inayosimamia wataalamu wa usimamizi wa wafanyakazi wanahisi kwamba mswada huu wa mameneja ambao upo bungeni, mswada wa mwaka 2021, unahisi ni mswada tata. Je, ni mswada tata kwa nini, Bi Kuresha?
Asante. Hii mswada tunaipinga kwa sababu kila wataalamu washadhibitishwa na washa gain hiyo skills za kufika hiyo position ya manager. Kwa mfano, mimi nafanya kazi ya kusimamia wafanyikazi. Nilienda shule, nikadhibitishwa through the examination board ya HR. Pia kuna madaktari walienda shule pia wamethibitishwa na Kenya Medical Association, na pharmacy ukienda kwa maengineer pia ni hivyo. Media pia ukikuja umesoma shule pia kuna certification unafanya. Hii mswada inasema managers pia tena wapewe cheti mpya. Ile swali tunajiuliza ni manager ni hierarchy within the occupation ama ni wataalamu wanaweza kujisimamia peke yao? Na ukiangalia kwa hiyo mswada hawajatuambia vizuri wanaangalia profession gani. Ndio maana tunaipinga, kwa sababu kila mtu mahali tumefika sahi tulifikishwa na zile courses tulichagua na wataalamu wetu ambayo wengi ziko na kuna vile zinadhibitishwa. Sahi niseme kwa for example, umeenda umesoma medicine Turkey, kurudi Kenya lazima tena upitie the same thing. Ukifanya law lazima upitie Kenya School of Law. Sasa hii manager naona italeta tashwishi mingi kwa kazi, na tunasema vile umeniuliza, mtu ametoka tu shule sahi na aseme yeye ni certified manager na hajafanya kazi yoyote, atawekwa wapi kwa hiyo hierarchy ya hiyo organization?
Na kama tunavyoona katika taasisi zetu, na ni taasisi katika kimataifa pia, hakuna kozi ama hakuna mafunzo ya umeneja. Kwa hivyo nahisi hiyo ndio malalamiko yenu ama?
Tukiongelea kuhusu kosi ya umeneja, kila wataalamu wako na course fulani wanafanya ya manager. Kama ni financial management, accounting management, even HR management, iko wide sana. So mtu hawezi kuitenga aseme nataka kufanya sasa kudhibitisha manager vile watafanya kazi. Na pia hata inaongelelea sio ati vile watafanya kazi, ati lazima wewe kuwa manager lazima ukue wanachama kwa hiyo institution. Na tunaona tena hiyo ni kuongeza layers vile umeitaja, that nachukuliwa upande hii pia upande vile tuliongelea that tunaangalia maslahi ya wafanyikazi wetu kwa institute. Mtu sasa akiwa na shida ataenda wapi? Na pia kukua wanachama ujue kuna fees fulani unalipa. So hiyo ni kuongezea na kuwekelea burden watu ambaye tayari washasoma na washalipia fees kwa taasisi wao ambayo inawachunga haki yao na pia inahakikisha wafanye kazi vile inatakana.
So wito wenu kwa bunge ni gani haswa?
Sisi tulisema hiyo mswada isipitishwe, hata haifai kuongelelewa. Haifai kuongelewa. Ni mswada ambayo inafaa kutupwa nje kabisa.
Safi. Na navyo bunge limeweza kusikia malalamishi yenu. Kama taasisi yenu hii tumeona kwamba pia inakumbwa na changamoto tele, ikiwemo katika county zile mnapata magavana, baadhi ya magavana wanalalamika, ama baadhi ya viongozi katika county vile vile katika mashirika makubwa haya ya kiserikali unaambiwa kwamba niekee mtu wangu. Taasubu ya niekee mtu wangu ama mtu wetu.
Okay. Hiyo ni malalamishi tunasikia sana, na vile nimetaja na nitarudia kwa hiyo institute yetu, kama uko na shida kama hiyo unaweza report na tufuatilie. Shida kubwa tunayo ni katika serikali tuko na sera nzuri sana tunaweza fuatilia. Na tunafaa kujua hatuwezi andika kila mtu. Na pia ujue kuna wenye hawana mtu wa kuwapeleka useme niandikie fulani. Tukifuata zile utaratibu tulizoweka, nitakuhakikishia tunaweza save rasilimali mingi sana. Ukileta mtu akona talent inahitajika, atakuendeleza wewe kama governor. Hii shida kubwa mimi ukiniuliza, na hii ni maoni yangu, ni magavana hawafikiri vile wanaendeleza hizo county zao. Ile tu iko kwa mind yao ni nani atanirudisha kwa hiyo cheo next, ndo wanapeana kazi hivyo. Nataka hii ni mwitikio kwa magavana waiweke county na ile jukumu waliochukua kuendeleza makaunti zao. Devolution ilipokuja tulikuwa tunafikiria hatutahitaji national government, lakini kuna mahali zingine nimeenda wanaimiss national government. Sasa imekuwa kazi inapeana ukabila. Mtu ambaye hajawahi enda shule anapewa kazi cheo kubwa kuliko mwenye akona hizo masomo yote. Na hizo ndo mambo ina contribute watu wasiperform. Lakini tukifuata zile sera tuko nazo, na governor akuje kazi ajue kuna manifesto alikuwa nayo, na kudhibitisha lazima angalie ni nani aliyoandika. Na pia watu wa HR wapewe hiyo nafasi yao, na pia wao wasitumie hiyo nafasi yao kuwaleta watu wa kabila yao. Wahakikishe balance diversity na the skills that specific county needs at that time. Hiyo ni kitu mzuri sana, na sisi kama nchi tukihakikisha tunaandika watu ambaye tunahitaji, tunaweza fika mbali sana kuliko kuandika tu kwa sababu tuko na uhusiano, ama kwa sababu nataka kuangalia maslahi yangu ya siku zijazo.
Kauli mbiu ya mwezi huu wa wasimamizi wa wafanyakazi nimeona imegusia mambo mengi sana. Labda kudurusu tu machache, kwa nini mumeamua kupunguza ama kuhakikisha kwamba kutakuwa na hewa safi, pia kupunguza utumizi wa rasilimali ambazo ni nyingi zinatumika. Labda kugusia tu chache katika kauli mbiu hiyo.
Sasa ile tulipatwa na hii janga la corona, tuliona tunaweza fanya kazi tofauti na vile tulikuwa tunafanya zamani. Na hiyo ndo ilitufanya sisi kama taasisi tufikirie tunaweza endeleza aje. Ukiona timu yetu tunasema going green for successful business strategies. it's going, na kuna mara tutafika huko. Kitu ya kwanza ni lazima kila mtu akuwe ofisi, magari. Tumeongelea mambo ya afya ya kiakili. Unajipata umetoka nyumba yako 5 am, unakaa kwa njia for 2 hours. Ukifika kwa ofisi unaongelea kuhusu yule mtu alikublock, vile amefanya, time mingi sana inawestika huko. So tunatoa hizo, ndo tuna hata makaratasi to print ama tutumie tu, cause tuko na teknolojia, najua iko na madhara zake na pia iko na faida zake. So hizo ndo ilitufanya for the long term of it, vile sisi tunaweza kuja kama wataalamu wa usimamizi.
Hii makaratasi itawezekanaje, Bi Kuresha? Kwa sababu tunajua watu wa HR lazima ulete certificate, ulete CV, zote zipelekwe kwa faili yako. Si sana kwamba utapata hivi vitu vyote kwamba vimeweka katika hata kama najua siku hizi unapata mitandao ndio inatumika kujaza vitu vingi, kwenda livu, kwenda kupumzika likizo, masuala kama hayo.
Vile nimesema, kila kitu inaanza na vile tunafikiria sisi na vile tunayochukulia. Kama tuko na teknolojia, na naelewa si kila mtu ako na access. Kama tumesema tuma CV kwa email, najua kuna vile pia hizo certificates pia unaweza pata kwa email, uhakikishe ziko sawa na uziweke online badala ya kuprint na kuweka file. Siku hizi kuna watu wengi wanafanya kazi ya cloud based, wanaitanga gig economy, badala ya uprint. Na pia hata files tuko nazo sahi, kuna watu wamekuja record keeping wanaihamisha waiweke kwa mitandao, ndo at least kila mtu awe access. Tukianza mdogo, tuanze kutrain watu tofauti, na hii teknolojia iko na sisi, na vile tumeona inakuja sana na mbio, na lazima tuanze kuembrace.
Neno lako la mwisho?
Neno langu la mwisho ni kuitikia wafanyikazi, tuhakikishe to protect mazingira zetu, na vile nimesema, kama umepanda mechi, hakikisha umedownload hiyo app ya Kefri vile walituambia, na uweze utrack. Kuna siku moja utaangalia hiyo miti, itakupatia chakula na pia itakupatia kama mimi mahali nimetoka ni joto sana, so hizo hata kubadilisha hewa itakuwa kitu mzuri sana. Asante sana.
Shukran sana. Ni mkurugenzi mkuu wa shirika la kusimamia wafanyakazi humu nchini IHRM, Bi Kuresha Abdullahi, ambaye tumekuwa naye hapa tukizungumza kuhusiana na masuala ya wasimamizi wa wafanyakazi, ikiwa ni mwezi wao huu wa kuwaenzi na kujua kazi zile wanazozifanya, akisema kwamba ipo haja ya kwamba iwapo serikali za kaunti zitaweza kutekeleza mkusanyiko wa watu badala ya kuchagua tu jamii yangu hii ama watu wangu hawa ama hii ni dini yangu, basi ikiwa ni hivyo serikali za kaunti hazitapiga hatua. Lakini ikichanganya mkusanyiko wa watu ambao wana tajiriba, wana vyeti vinavyostahili, basi kaunti zitakuwa zinapiga hatua. Kufikia hapo sina la ziada ila kutamatisha kipindi hiki cha Tamrini. Mimi ni Suleiman Yeri. Usende mbali, mwenzangu Irene Mchuma Odima atakuwa anakuja hapa na taarifa za Lunchtime News.
Ulipokosa nkusame na maisha yaendelee.
Mimi nakumbuka singo yangu ya kwanza kabisa.
Nimekufungua kidogo. Ongea.
Nilipoipata ile singo, nilipewa diski hii.
Ndio.
Sasa kizungumkuti kikaanzia hapo.
Hujui uende wapi?
Niende wapi? Nilipiga maraundi hili jiji.
Inakuaje bana, ulikuwa umeenda chini ya maji kakangu?
Unajua ni zile mishemishe, naingia kwa muziki alafu lazima angalie industry jinsi kwa zinavyoenda.
Mano sipocheki ukizidi takuwa noma. Nawe DJ ongeza ngoma paka inogewe. nawe DJ ongeza ngoma paka inogewe, nawe DJ ongeza ngoma paka inogewe.
Get the VIP access to the best shows on KBC Channel 1. We have something different, something special to spice you up. Get ready for new, exciting and captivating dramas. Movies.
I love the smell.
Comedy.
I went to the purpose. Huh?
Drama.
Did he assault the queen in my house, in my presence?
News, sports and so much more. Do the things that make you happy on KBC Channel 1.
Kwa hivyo hii mambo tuachane nayo ama na hatujapata suluhisho.
Wewe Kituta amesema nini?
Uketa nipendi tu.
Huyu matatizo ulituletea kazi gani? Awe kipochi chako
Kija kuhusu hicho.
Singependa kuupoteza. Nitasononeka sana huu mkufu nikiupoteza.
Ukicheka hivyo ndio unanimaliza. Viungo vyangu na vilegeza mtoto.
She was standing in the club all alone. Lonely streets we tracked together, singing songs. She has a good heart, and I never want.
De una forma differente, de otro modo.
And soon you'll be the owner of the Star Zone. And you will have complete control over the Montesinos coffee empire.
Yes. And tell everybody not to say anything, because if I go down, all of you go down with me.
I have you in my hands. And your future depends on me. Good evening, madam. I'm Hector Fonseca, Ivan's father.
Quiero amarte de una forma diferente, de otro modo, nunca igual al de otra gente.
月圆风般吹散沉香，香满旗檐上。
You are still lying to me right now. You can't stop us without good reason. Are you really not aware of who this is? Uncle, someone has trespassed on our villa and kidnapped the vessel we created together. This is an honor that His Majesty gave you. You can't take off your armor.
I can't meet His Majesty unless I do. I have to go in and have a word with His Majesty.